All right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is your host with the goddamn most, Griever, as always, bringing you guys Pocket Monsters, Festival of Champions, Chapter 11, all the way through to Chapter 14, I believe, which actually we should just edit that right now because we are not stopping. We are not stopping until we have cleared this goddamn quest, until we have gotten here. We are going to be reviewing, of course, every subsequent chapter that comes out, and I pray that Ban Marsh himself will tell me when new chapters, because I'm definitely not going to be able to, keep up with that shit. But I hope when chapter 15 comes out, we will be able to notify right away, and so I can review it. So... with that out of the way, let's just hit that fucking timer. 10-minute runoff timer for those of you who don't know. A 10-minute runoff timer is sort of like my pre-stream. It's just me basically being able to say, hi, how are ya? How you doing? Looking good. Nice dress. All that shit, right? And being able to do that, and also being able to interact with the chat. And while I interact with the chat and stuff and shoot the shit a little bit, talk about anything that might be coming up in the future or any reason why the lack of content, anything like that. It just gives me a little bit of pre-stream time, so to speak, before we jump into the reaction. So, is what it is. Ban's already in here and says, well, damn, this came out of left field for me. Well, Ban, you wanted it. I don't know what to tell you, man. You wanted it. I found some free time. Take it or leave it, my man. That's all I can say. Like, the schedule permitted it. Would you, think about it this way, Band. Would you rather that I went and played Dragon Age for 4 hours right now, or would you rather that I read Pokemon? I mean, the choice was up to you, my man. I just got back. I've been out all day. I was out at Wing Night with my brother and his friend since 5:30 all the way till right now. Just got home, slapped down after having way too many drinks, so I'm already drunk, by the way. And now we're going to read some Pocket Monsters. Festival of Champions. You know what I'm saying? So, it was either me doing a gaming stream or working on the Pokemon grind for the Artist versus Me thing, or it was going to be reading this. And I felt like cleaning this one up would be the best idea. Ban said, but fuck it, let's have a good time. That's what I'm talking about. Ban says, oh, I'm all for it. Well, there you go. All right, let's go. Let's go. You know why? Because this, once again, I want to just reiterate that this is one of the greatest pieces of Pokemon, not merchandise, not medium. It's just one of the greatest pieces of Pokemon fandom collectively, as a unit, as a wholesome, as a community. This has to be accepted as one of the greatest pieces of Pokemon media. I think it's impossible, even if you don't like Gen 1 and 2, even if you don't like the OGs, even if you hate your Gen 1ers and your 90s kids, who, by the way, we know more than you. But even if you hate us, you can't deny that Pokemon is ours. It's not yours. It's ours. And this is something, Pokemon the first movie, Pokemon 2000, Pokemon the anime, Pokemon the games, Pokemon the trading card game, Pokemon Pocket Goddamn Pikachu is all here. And the great thing is that what this manga does is take all that OG shit and put it all into one goddamn thing. Pokemon Stadium 2, all of it. Grabs it all. It's not a mess like you would assume it would be by trying to grab so many pieces of media into a franchise. And just grabs it all, puts it into a cohesive storyline, and then just shoots for that goddamn goal line. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so good. It's so good. It's made me angry. It's made me cry. It's made me do I think any manga that can do those, if every manga can hold you on the edge of your seat, and every manga that can make you weep, and every manga that can make you be angry and argue in the comments section, if that manga can do those three things, I think you got a winner on your hands. However you want to rate it out of 10 is irrelevant, because a great manga cannot be disputed that does all those three things. Or at least, even if you personally don't cry, you understand why you should have, or why other fans did. Right? So, like, for example, there are mangas out there that people told me they're like super sad and blah blah blah, and I read them and I didn't cry. But when people told me why they cried and how they felt, I said, you know what? I get it. I wasn't as invested as those fans in the story. I wasn't as invested as those fans in the characters. So, though I understood it and thought it was sad, it was never going to bring tears to my eyes. But I never suggested that it shouldn't bring tears to others. Right? So, this is one of those examples, in my opinion, that if you're not a Gen 1er, if you didn't grow up in the 90s, this manga probably is not going to affect you the same way it's affected me. But I would urge every fan of Pokemon to read this as the goddamn Bible of Pokemon. I would urge you to look at it as such. As someone who was alive before Pokemon. Who was doing exactly what the creator of Pokemon did that inspired Pokemon in the first place. The same kid who was digging in his grandmother's raspberry fields and looking for salamanders, spiders, and crickets and everything else under rocks. Who was already playing Pokemon before Pokemon. I urge you to understand where I'm coming from. I truly hope that helps somebody, anybody, to understand how good this is. There's no way for it's... I don't know how, as a Gen 1er, to try to bring a non-Gen 1er into this fold. I don't know how to do it. I'm trying, but I don't think I can. But that's the best argument I can make. Van said, so there is a chapter 0.1. You've read enough to read it whenever you want, so I'll send it in DMs. Do you want me to read that first, Van? Like, we got a couple minutes here. We have 2 minutes left in the, whatchamacallit. So should I read that first? And then read the, and then continue? I can read that first. Let me check my DMs. Okay, I'll open it up regardless, but you tell me, should I read this first and then do chapter 11? It's up to you. You tell me what I should do, and we'll go from there. And by the way, there's 3 people in here and no likes. I don't get it. Where did I do so wrong? What did I do that was so fucking wrong that nobody wants to like the video? Seriously. Like, I like videos with people. Here's the thing. I hit like on videos the moment I click on them with people I fucking agree with. Like, seriously, I don't understand the whole not liking a video the moment you click it. And I really hate the idea of someone disliking a video when they didn't even fucking listen. I have only disliked probably 12 videos in 2 years. A dozen videos in 2 years is probably the most I've disliked. Ban said, actually, yes, that would be good because chapter 11 and onward flow well, so get it out of the way. Alright. Alright. So, this drunken asshole that you see before you with his Movember stash, which, by the way, you know what? I don't mind the stash. I actually picked up Blonde's number while I was out with my brother. I picked up a number on a bet. They said I couldn't do it, and I said, yeah, fuck that, I can do it. Because I'm married, so I don't give a shit. Rejection, doesn't matter. But I did get the number. Of course, I'm not going to call her because I'm married. But I did get the number, and then the bet was up to from $50 to $100 to go pick up another number. My brother's wife showed up. We had to leave, but I'll never see that $50, of course. But yeah, I did end up doing that. So I forget where I was going with that statement. Maybe I was just bragging. I don't know. No, I had a point. It wasn't just bragging. I had a point. Oh yeah, the Movember stash. The Movember stash. I thought about it and I thought, listen, my brother and I look very much alike. We were actually twice in the bar. We were mistaken as twins. Even though I have the stash and he's got the really nice 5 o'clock shadow, which is, as you guys know, what I normally wear. So it was funny when, that kind of idea happened. Because I understand that the mustache sort of puts people off in this day and age. This isn't the 80s. This look doesn't work, So, yeah. But anyways, it was kind of funny. So, it also cost me $150 to go out tonight for 4 hours. So, but anyways, let's see. Ban said there is also chapter 15, also known as chapter 14.2 on another site that I will link. All right, artist is giving me that weird emoji again that I do not understand. Okay, so we're gonna read point 1 of a chapter, Festival of Champions. This is the point 1 chapter. We're gonna read this first. And then we will go onwards. So, people going away. Wait, are these the parents? Let's see, we see some people. 4 boys are walking on railroad tracks. Okay. My mom loved that movie. She would watch it over and over again. Each of the boys have their own emotional scars. It is a story about growing up after a summer adventure together. I never had any friends later on like the ones I had when I was 12. Jesus, did anyone? I mean, to be fair, that's an excellent question because the friends I had when I was 12 and the friends I have now, realistically, other than one of them, which we had our ups and downs, I only have one left. How'd it go, Red? Meh. Mom, what does this title mean? Let's see. Stand By Me. You never heard my song from this day on my own. You never heard the words. Maybe yes, maybe no. Sorry, I'm feeling a little bit of some Final Fantasy VIII shit with that title. I don't think it's Stand By Me. It's what is that song called? What is that song called? Eyes on Me. Eyes on Me. That's what it's called. But Stand By Me. Eyes on Me is what the song's called. A beautiful song and yeah, interesting. It's something like Friends Together Forever, I suppose. Red. I asked what the title meant, but I couldn't really tell you what I thought of it. I mean, it's just a kid. Like, you feel more attached. I feel like in general, looking at this. You feel more attached to movies as you grow older, media, fiction, regardless, books. For me personally, for example, I think The Lion King is one of the greatest movies ever made. Because to this day, my father quotes it, I quote it. If my grandfather was alive, I'm sure he would have quoted it. Well, no, he was way too fucking old. But, and I hope my children will quote it. Because I believe that The Lion King is one of the pieces of cinema that is just up here. But also, it has scenes that as an adult, as a child, it has great scenes of learning and teaching and wonder that you think about. But as an adult, when you rewatch it as an adult, you also have a sense of wonder still. You have a sense of understanding what it is, not from Simba's point of view, but from Mufasa's point of view. You know, what it is to be a parent, what it is to be a guardian, what it is to try to teach your kids, your son, you know. And nothing else culminates more but then that scene in The Lion King, 3/4 through the movie, which is remember who you are, you know. And that's a beautiful scene, and I wish that at some points, I wish that it were... The Lion King teaches us so much about being a part of a family that I just, you know, so Red here is trying to learn from a movie, but I would argue some people might think this is dumb, learning from a book, learning from a movie, what it is to be family, what it is to be a friend, what it is to be whatever, from an adventure movie. But I would argue that The Lion King taught me just as much as any piece of fiction ever did, you know. So let's just see where this goes. But I like the idea here because it's realistic. I learned so much from Aladdin and The Lion King, you know, and I still learn from those movies today, and I'm 31 years old. So for 30 years, 2 movies have taught me 30 years worth of experience. I asked what the title meant, but I couldn't really tell you what I thought of it, because it didn't leave any big impressions. Alright? I saw that movie and thought, I don't think I am for that kind of adventure. Alright, fair enough. You don't want to be Aladdin, you want to be... Yeah, alright. And that's all I could think about. Because I didn't know where it would lead to. Isn't that scary? Wait a minute. Okay, I like this. So how could you take that step? I can't do that. And then Pidgey, I wonder how far there I go. Pocket monsters. For sure, Pokemon. We get the Mew! We get the Mew! Let's go! Woo 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 woo. We got the Mew. Alright. So I agree with what he's saying. Because unlike, I'm assuming this movie, unlike the Disney movie where it's like Simba becomes king, Aladdin becomes, you know, the husband, you know, Beauty and the Beast turns back in. This movie didn't end with a happy ending. So he is upset with the idea of never reaching their goal. Of a realistic, maybe you won't be president of the United States. Maybe you won't be the king of England. Maybe you won't be the greatest Pokemon trainer there ever was. He didn't like the movie in that regard. That's the way I'm taking it. I don't know what movie you watched. Of course, we don't know what movie you watched by the sounds of it. It was a movie where the characters had to settle, not succeed. So, for short, Pokemon of this planet are mysterious, mysterious creatures. This world is the home to so many exciting creatures. And then the Mew turns back into a Pidgey, using Transform, of course, but the outside world was too big. Everything was so far away. On the other side of Palatown, it is Route 1. And then down the road, Viridian City. The green is in the back of Viridian City. The mountain on the right is Mount Moon. And on the left is Mount Silver and the Indigo Plateau. but I don't really know what it's like. You may know my name. You may hear that there are many, many in Pokemon, but I don't know anything about it, and it scares me. And so underneath this blue sky, I was cowering. That is such a solemn image right there. That is... Ooh. I like this. This is a 6-year-old, 7-year-old. I don't know how old. But he's already feeling the weight of the world and realizes, shit. Good for him. You know, because I went my entire life believing that, and this is going to be hard to say, but believing that my dad, and this is going to sound so foolish, that my dad was basically God. That my dad was the greatest thing ever. And he would solve any problem. He would fix everything. And I think every dad who doesn't install that in their kid is fucking up. Any child that doesn't believe their dad is the greatest of all time, is the GOAT, is doing something wrong as a dad. But the flip side of that is when at 6 and 7, I didn't have that expression. Because dad would fix it. This is a red who, which once again, doesn't have a dad, and hence maybe this is part of the issue, has to accept the world at an earlier age for the good and the bad. And maybe that's too harsh to go on a 7 or 8-year-old. But at the same time, it's the sooner you learn it, the sooner you accept it. There's two schools of thought on that. There's probably multiple schools of thought, not just two. There's multiple schools of thought on how to handle this situation. But the psychology of chapter 0.1 is already interesting to me. And here's Blue in her original hairstyle and dress. Hey, were you watching that movie again? I was. I really like the last words of that one guy. Like, I never had any friends later on like the ones I had when I was 12, was it? I really don't get it. You know, the main character in that movie... Alright, so we're going to pass time. There's apples and seeds and puffins and all that. They were all going through something hard, right? A bad boy that smokes. An honors spelled wrong student that studies hard. Even a kid with a gun. They were able to be good friends. This sounds like a Breakfast Club movie. Which is good, because that's a fantastic movie. Mom used to say, when you grow up, you tend to make friends with those who you like and have similar interests. You know what? I used to like to think that too. Because sometimes people say that. But at the end of the day, you do tend to make friends with people who have similar interests. But, for example, my wife and I have very few interests in common. So then you go on the whole opposites attract agenda. Well, you can't have it both ways. You can't say, you know, opposites attract, but similarities attract too. It's too easy. I like to think individuals. Individuals sometimes who have maybe only one or two things in common can be the greatest of friends. I also like to think that people with everything in common can also be the greatest of friends. I don't think you can quantify it so easily as a statement like that. But I like the way they shape this. They say when you grow up, you tend, as in not always, but you tend to make friends with that you have. Like if I like Pokemon and you like Pokemon, there's some common ground we can agree on, you know? But we are completely different and we are still friends. I like this reasoning. Maybe it's only like this when you are a kid. Yeah, as a kid it's much easier, of course. And we can't go anywhere, says Red. Do you think it will taste good with nuts? Can they be friends? Banana and the nuts. What's that? My childhood friend Blue loves movies and books. She usually is laid back, but sometimes she says some strangely mature things. She knows a lot of words. She knows lots of movies and books and feels their stories deeply. Blue has depth. Alright. But me, I don't. Well, are you okay? My god, that was a bad combo. Alright, and we're jumping over. You take good care of him, Green. Okay, Gramps, leave it all to me. Oh, so the Eevee, this... Once again, Espeon better kick the shit out of Green. Eevee, so cute, nice, let me touch it, Green. Bwah, Eevee slaps Red in the face. Oh, stupid Red. Eevee is an evolution Pokemon, and because of that has an unstable gene pool. They don't like changes in environment. He's been eating... Oh, what the fuck do we got going on? Oh, it's my lovely wife. Never mind. So they don't like changes in environment. He's been eating these for a while. Ever since he was little, we feed him what he's supposed to eat. We'll get him gradually used to the lab. Green is a sarcastic prick. I mean, fair point. But he's smart and knows a lot about Pokemon. And also, he does treat them, as we saw, he does treat his Pokemon with care. So we know that to be a fact. He and I have always competed with each other in everything. We were as tall as each other and as fast as each other, but my test scores were always slightly lower. Yeah, an 81 and 100, or a 91 and 100. And in competitive games, it wasn't even close. His knowledge of Pokemon was way better. Green was the best. Arbok used Acid, and Gyarados used Hydro Pump. Also, Agatha is a young, and using Gyarados. Of course, using Gyarados. Boom. Whoa! How can you guys not get tired of watching these old videos over and over again? Oh, Oak watching... Oak is like, yeah, I won back in the day. I was the first champion ever. It does not matter. Sounds like Rocky Balboa. I mean, this one is the most legendary one of all time, says Green. The very first Pokemon Finals. It marks the last battle of Gramps' active career. Oh, so he never competed again, and probably Agatha's pissed about that. The final battle against Agatha, who today is the strongest trainer in existence. Okay, so Agatha, this is what I like. Oak retired as the number one, never defeated. And Agatha is the runner-up, and she's bitter towards Oak because she is still the number one trainer of all time. Not Lance, not Bruno, not Lorelei. It's Agatha. I like that because that makes total sense. Agatha is, of course, top 4 of the Elite Four. And Lance is just considered the champion because he won the battles. But Agatha won the war, so to speak. So... I don't know. I still consider Agatha as stronger than Lance. And I'm good with that. A fateful battle destined to happen. It really is such a great match. And Green is related to one of the strongest trainers ever. He is Dr. Oak's grandson. What do you think, Eevee? Isn't he awesome? Speaking of which, have you finished your homework, huh? We're back to the summer thing. I wrote about it and the SSA and wrote about that too. I wrote that too. Of course, I will beat the Pokemon League and all that. I'll become the strongest trainer and I'll surpass Gramps. And don't copy me. I know. Big dreams. Green has everything it takes to fulfill the dreams he is talking about. Even when we play together, his back seems so far away. There's power in Green, which is something that I do not have. Oh, so we're going to see where when he meets Pikachu, that's how he gets his drive. I'd be interested in that. Alright, so let's see. He's playing his Game Boy. Red, do your homework. Da 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 da. I can't think of anything to write. Oh well, I guess I'll write about Pokemon trainers. Hey professor, what is it, Red? During a Pokemon battle, aren't you scared? Well, alright, so we're getting a new scene. What? Are you scared, little baby? But with all of the moves and flying around, isn't it dangerous? Of course I'm scared, says Oak. Pokemon and powers have skills beyond those of humans. And not just trainer battles, of course, but also battles of wild Pokemon. To our ancestors, Pokemon were scary creatures. Each of them, there's Rapidash and there's Parasect. Parasect is fucking terrifying. Each of them had a completely different set of powers and they were unknown creatures. But nevertheless, people, and there's... looks almost like a Staraptor. Is this supposed to be Pokemon Arceus? Because that looks like a Staraptor and the characters from that. So... I'm curious if this is supposed to have taken place when Arceus was made, or... People have lived with Pokemon for generations. They came close to each other, worked together and found a way, and sometimes we fought with them. Yeah, this is totally Arceus reference. We have hurt each other, but people and Pokemon are never been separated. Why do you think that is? All living things can't live alone, which is not a bad thing, because be it people with people, Pokemon with Pokemon, or people with Pokemon, beyond the fear of being close to each other, Tauros and Gengar, go for it. I love young Agatha and young Oak. This is so good. Would you not read an origin fucking story following Samuel Oak as the first and greatest trainer of all time? The original Pokemon master. Would you not follow that shit? I would follow that shit. I would fucking eat that shit alive. I would fucking, yes. God damn, I would drink to that shit. I'm gonna drink to that shit right now. If somebody doesn't write it, I'm gonna fucking write it. Samuel Oak as the Pokemon master. His journey. And he inspires an entire generation of the greatest trainers in existence. He inspired Red, Green, and Blue to be the best there ever fucking was. And he was the first. And he inspires the next generation of the greatest. Fuck Gold, fuck Silver, fuck all the others. Ruby, doesn't matter. These are the OGs. Let's go. And these are the OGs of the OGs. Let's fucking go. Fuck yeah. Alright, so let's see. I can't get there alone to that place because of the joy of going together. Thinking about writing. Why is he on a graphics table, by the way? Brad, come here for a second. What is it, Mom? Get some potatoes from the shed. Huh? But I'm doing my homework, and this is where he found the Pikachu. My hands are tied right now, please. I'm ashamed of myself these days. I can't even come to think of myself as mature. No, it's more like the world mature. Oh, the word. Sorry, not the world. The word mature seems adult. Listen, I went through this shit. Not as early as these fucking 9-year-olds, but I remember it. It feels like it takes being like a grown-up to be able to say that. Hey, what are you doing? For an example, like this guy. I'm going to go practice battling and get rid of some bug Pokemon as expected of me. You were just playing around. What's the matter with you? Nothing. Mom just asked me to get potatoes from the shed. Are those the potatoes you brought from the share the other day? If you leave them in the warehouse, won't the rats eat them? Because there's so many of them. And then chomp, scratch. A rat. It's loud. Maybe it's the Pokemon looks. It's the Pikachu. Look at that fucking poor Pikachu. And then a mouse Pokemon. That's a Pikachu. And then foam. Wah! And then scratches at him. Attacks him. North of Palatine of Viridian Forest. Pichu? Alright. First and foremost... Oh, shit. Sorry, I hit the microphone, guys. Hope that wasn't too loud. First and foremost... bullshit. Because you can hatch a Pikachu without having a Pichu. So I'm calling a little bit of bullshit. How is there a goddamn Raichu up in this bitch? Anyways, we can assume there was a Thunderstone nearby, and we can assume there was Essence. This year, a new life was born into the herd of Pikachus. Pikachu, Pikachu. When a young Pikachu learns how to shoot lightning, it gets recognized by the herd and becomes a Pikachu. Once it gains self-confidence, it will evolve into a Pikachu. But of the pack, this Pikachu was the only one who could not evolve. Its electric bags were underdeveloped at birth. It could generate and store electricity, but it could not discharge it. And tried to rub it. Pika, Rai. And the Raichu, of course, trying to abandon it. Oh, that... In natural settings, a powerless individual is shunned by the herd in order to increase the survival chances of the herd. We know this from most, how it works. While not necessarily an outcast, he is the lowest in the pecking order due to his lack of usefulness, and thus lives on the leftover rations from the pack. But still, for Pichu, the herd was the world to him. And then a Graveler attacks. Don't let them get away, Graveler. Oh, so I was about to say, how are they fighting a fucking Graveler in Viridian Forest? But okay, there's a trainer and the Pikachu run away. Raichu's trying to hold it, Pikachu. Pichu, Raichu, Pika. And then boom, the Pichu gets caught. Tick, they got away. Oh well. Is this a young Pikachu? Maybe it's rare. The man who caught the Pichu was an elite trainer living in Viridian City. Don't tell me this is Giovanni. Okay, look closely. Is this supposed to be Giovanni? Because he's got a Graveler? I'm curious. How strong is Gym Leader Lieutenant from the Unova region? First off, alright, I don't like that. I don't like the idea that Surge is supposed to be from the Unova region. I don't like that. I like the idea that Surge is always been Kanto-born and fought in the Pokemon War. What the fuck? That's the newly appointed leader of the Vermilion City Gym, Lieutenant Surge, and also we got a beat. And next to him is Raichu, an evolution of Pikachu. That's your future. As a war veteran, Surge is severely competitive based on his ex-military background. In order to breed a Raichu that surpasses Surge's greatest ace, Raichu was trained from an early age from battle. The man's training was harsh. However, Pikachu had no desire to escape from the man because... And he evolved. It was the first time in his life he ever had someone wish for his future. Oh, evolution, you did it! He gained a self-esteem. Where'd you go, Pikachu? Keep it up. And after a long period of contact with the man, he had developed a slight understanding of the human language. Be strong! The word he had heard most often was this. Pikachu, be strong for your honor. For Pikachu, it was the only thing that mattered. It was the only way the world would let him live. And he kept getting fucked. However, quit fucking around, Pikachu. Come on. When will you be able to generate electric shocks? And kept using the Beast Tamer whiff. This is garbage. An electric Pokemon that can't generate electricity. What even is the... I don't... Ooh. Yeah, I don't like this, guys. Not gonna lie. Someone's gotta beat a bitch. And don't let my small frame make all of you doubt my ability to kick a bitch's ass. Just so we're clear. I might be old, but I'm not that old yet. I ain't dead. And I also been in more fights than probably most of you. And my knuckles can attest to that. Because I've broken my knuckles 3 times on certain bitches' noses. So, yeah. I think a certain beast tamer son of a bitch who doesn't deserve to ever have a Pokemon in his life needs to... Oh, yeah. I think I need to show him what happens to dudes in prison. I thought I would take care of him because he could use electricity when he evolved. All this time and effort, and not even Par, a rare Pokemon. I had hope. You led me on, bastard. The problem of the underdeveloped electric bags was solved from evolution, but the trauma from not being able to generate electricity as a child created a psychological block. The man who had no way of knowing this... I know they're going to explain why this is still his fault, but the fact that they even consider... The fact that they The fact that they even had a line trying to explain this man's actions. You know what I would do with that whip? I would grab that whip from that man's hands. And I would gladly hit him. Again. And again. And again. And when this arm tired, which it wouldn't, by the way. But let's assume for a moment that this arm tired from doing so. I would go to this arm. And then I'd hit him. And hit him again. The man would have been dead long before with this arm. But I would continue to hit him with this arm. You would not be able to make out when I was done. You would not be able to make out the sludge I created on the floor. There is no forensic scientist in the world that could discern that that was even human by the time I was done. Fuck this cunt. That's all I have to say. Beating animals, to me, is worse than anything I can think of. Well, it's in the top 3. How's that? Anybody seen the movie Taken? Assume I'm Liam Neeson for a moment and just watch the film, and then there you go. If you haven't seen the film, then that's your fault. Go watch it. It's actually a very good movie. But yeah, no. Mm-mm. Their explanation is the man had no way of knowing this, did not try to find out the source of the problem, but instead put the blame on himself. I don't need weak Pokemon. Get out of here and disappear. And the Pikachu tried to go back to his tribe and was zapped by the Raichu. Which, by the way, how is there a Raichu? And Pika, no. A beast with a human scent is not allowed to return to the herd. More or less, the formal training was useless. And so Pikachu couldn't... And there's a friendly Pikachu that loved this Pikachu. And Grumble walked. The Spearows attacked. came in, saw the humans loving it. Oh my god. I don't want to see that. Oh. Now I know you're all wondering, or I'm wondering, why not just skip the page? Well, there's multiple reasons. The first and foremost is that's a disservice to the author and to the mangaka, to the person who drew it. They knew exactly what they were doing. They were trying to gain sympathy. They were trying to get this exact reaction out of us. And it's a disservice to skip away too quickly. Just because what? Because you're tearing up? Because you're feeling something? Then this panel did the right job. You don't want to look at this panel. You don't want to see this Pikachu suffer this hard because you know it's wrong and it's going to bring those tears to your eyes and you're a man and you can't fucking cry. Fuck that shit. This shit is fucking sad as hell. That poor fucking Pikachu, man. Next panel, we see him. He's just walking all alone. A starry night. Very, very sad. And then we have people are the enemy. So now we have the full, from what we understood before, where Pikachu attacked Red. Ouch. And then this Pikachu, and then, how is he, Professor? He's fine, he's gonna be okay. There are two types of wounds. The one could be inflicted by another Pikachu, and the other was beaten and kicked by a human. And then he was just completely, he has lost all distrust for people, perhaps. He has been abused by his trainer when abandoned and sent back to Viridian Forest. The smell of humans is stuck to Pikachu, and thus he was driven out of the herd. I guess he had no choice but to drift out to Palatown. And Red is just the outside world. It's so much. I'm scared. Is the outside world really that scary? Like, he can't comprehend someone who would do this to a fucking Pikachu, because who did it is a fucking piece of shit. Yeah, baby. We don't take kindly to Pokemon and animal cruelty in this fucking stream. No, we do not. I don't give a shit what conservative, Democrat, fucking bullshit, whatever you want to play. The moment you kick a cat or a dog, I will find you and I will do exactly what Liam Neeson did in Taken to you, and I will sleep soundly doing it. They were here before us, and that's a fact. Get out of your religion, it's a fact. And I will protect them. Fuck this shit. Humans think they're better than animals. Fucking losers. And Red said, the world is scary. And for me, who doesn't have any power. I feel sorry for it, but I think it's best to leave it to the professor. I know. From Blue. A Pokemon that doesn't trust humans will turn to normal. It's just not worth it, man. I know. And this is where Red... Alright, I like this. I know. But I don't care. Let's go. This is why Red is the #1 fucking Pokemon trainer. Fuck your Cynthia. Fuck your Unova. Fuck all your bullshit. Red is the #1 trainer in the world. Always will be. And I don't give a fuck what any of your goddamn bullshit generations come up with. I don't care if your next trainer has some fucking god Pokemon. Don't care. Red is the #1 trainer. Always will be. Always has been. Never been changed. Let's goddamn go. I may not have the ability to feel deeply like Blue. And I don't know all about Pokemon like Green. But. Pikachu! Hitting him. Scared. Pikachu, do you hate tree nuts? Pikachu! Scared. I'm not. Scared. It hurts. I hear voices. From the depths of anger, fear. From the depths of fear and pain. From the depths of pain, I hear a voice. I don't need weak Pokemon. Get out of here. Disappear. Pika! Slams him. Pika! Pika! It hurts. It hurts. Pika! Pika! It hurts! Pika! Pika! And remembering all the times. Lonely. Oh shit. Well, that's the second stream this bitch made me cry, so soak it all in, as it were. Get the pun? Guys, I gotta go get something to wipe away the snot and the tears. I'm sorry. Alright, so that was pretty sad. Ugh. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's something. I I can taste the saltiness of the tears in my mustache. That's kind of gross, but also accurate. Yeah. Whoa. And this is only 0.1, and we're not even we're into an hour of a stream. We've only read 0.1. Jesus Christ. And then Red's crying, of course, and the world is scary and I have no power. That's ridiculous. And he wipes away the tears like a boss and said, that's why, what the hell? And he walks forward to the Pikachu. I'm not going to do anything, just when I meet someone, this is the first greeting I give, and holds out the hand. Nice to meet you, my name is Red, Pikachu, and I would like to be your friend. Shit, man. Hey guys, hope you enjoyed the chapter as much as I did. Doesn't look like anyone wants to pick the series up, so I will continue to do the scanlations for it whenever a new chapter drops. This is released first at Comic-Con this year, and just recently released on Pixie V. Excuse me. Figured I should also answer a question I get asked every once in a while too. No, I did not drop the series, just to... I did not talk to the series. It just doesn't update very often. Anyways, I tried to get this one out quickly since I am busy now. So if you notice any mistakes, please let me know and I'll try fixing it ASAP. Support the author, blah, blah, blah. Alright. Cool. So that was the, whatchamacallit, the extra chapter, 0.1. So, it was very sad. Made me cry. Fuck Band. That asshole. Like, I think Band's lot in life is to make a 31-year-old cry. I don't know what he gets off on making a blue-eyed white dude cry all the time. Like, I don't know what sick jollies he gets out of it, but apparently that's his main goal in life because that's all he's been able to do so far. So... I don't know what he gets off on it. I don't understand. So yeah, we have Band saying, uh-oh, the Gen 1 hater has appeared. Yeah, it's so sad. Because the artist doesn't like Gen 1 for some reason. Artist said, man, what? No, you don't like Gen 1, artist. That's known. Artist said, this motherfucker always got something to say when I show up. Well, I mean, you do not like Gen 1, as far as I knew. Band said, I'd be curious how a comic about young Oak would be. That would be really good. Artist said, it's because Surge is an American military stereotype and Unova is modeled after New York. Let's be the closest thing we have to the U.S. Oh, is that the reason? Okay. If that's the reason, that's fine. So they're not going to drop the potential Pokemon War storyline. Alright, cool. Band said this was a good one. Works with the context you already know from the main series. It is. It's very good. Like, yeah, you had the right time to do it. After Chapter 10 was the perfect time to drop this shit. It was very good. I agree. Artist said, yeah, Band is a sick fuck. For real. Yeah, he is. Miss said, what's up, Griever? Hey, Miss, how you doing, man? Wanted to check if you plan on starting the new reaction streams tomorrow so I know when I should stream. You mean that series you dropped? Yeah, sure. Why don't we do that? Yeah, it's gonna be earlier than normal. How about this? It'll be earlier than normal. Okay, it'll probably start a couple hours early and not be as late as normal because I do have to wake up early and drive my parents to the airport early the next morning. So there won't be much in the way of drinking either. So, I mean, I will drink, but, you know, is what it is. But yeah, okay. So yes, I will be doing that. It'll be earlier than normal. Like it won't be 8 p.m. I'll try to start around 6, end at around 10. Try to get 4 hours in, 3 hours in at best to start it off. Yeah. Ben said, "Oh boy, you better grab your tissue box for 11 and onward, Griever." Oh shit, really? Oh, for God's sakes. Well, I do have some tissues right here, so it's this sounds great. Then lets me stream in the evening. Yeah, you can stream late because I have to be in bed like by 10:30, 11 on Friday, my time. So I can go drive to get up for 4 to get my parents to the airport for like 5:30. So, yeah. So you're telling me that chapter 11 and on, I'm gonna be a little bitch. Fantastic. I already cried once, man. What more do you want from me? But yeah, all right. Well, if Ban said that, then literally I'm gonna take a break. It's been an hour. We read the .1 chapter. I'm literally gonna go grab a tissue box. I'm gonna bet that Ban's not wrong. So I'm gonna go grab a tissue box and be right back. Alright, be right back. And then we'll start the proper chapter 11. So somehow, hour into the stream, we haven't actually started the reaction. Jesus Christ. Fuck me. Okay, so see? I got my here we go. There we go. Boom. Got my tissues. My tissues are here. They're ready. They're real. I got a whole box of them ready to go because I don't need to step away anymore. I will cry like a man on this stream with my mustache. I will cry like a goddamn man. So I will do that manly Aragorn level cry. I will look up to the sky and I will cry my bitchy ass tears to the sky. I tell you. Alright. So. Plus I still got this. My little handkerchief. So, of tissue paper. So, alright. Everyone said their thing, so yeah. Okay. Alright. Chapter 11, we have a very beautiful, somber Ivysaur and Eevee with Blue in her original hair and her original dress and stuff. Once again, I love the fact that they're using all the forms. They have Gary's outfit with the Raticate there and hair color, but then they also have Blue in her original form and her color scheme and everything like that. It's just so beautiful. And then we have Festival, because also remember that she had an Espeon, if I remember correctly. She actually did possess an Espeon in the Pokemon Adventures manga. So this is sort of showcasing that aspect. So Festival of Champions 11, Unchanging Relationship. Our everyday life never changes. Green always... Alright, shit. Here's another one. Alright. Green always walks on ahead. Rages chases after him, having lost. And I try to keep up with both of them. The relationship between the three of us remains the same. And then Eevee bit Blue. Ow! Hey, Eevee! Pikachu, stop it! I accidentally entered the fight between those two and was bitten. And just like that, I became unable to touch Pokemon. Wait, oh! We're doing the adventure shit! Her fear of fucking aviation Pokemon, we're gonna do the whole I'm scared of touching Pokemon and petting them. Because she got bit as a child, the trauma. This is so much better than Adventures though. Instead of the aviation thing, I was unable to touch Pokemon. I never had a dream like become the strongest trainer like Red and Green did. But still, I decided to leave home and explore the world. But since I can't touch Pokemon, there's no reason for me to become a trainer. Book Spine Life. Agatha. Oh, she read Agatha's book. This is hard to read. Thinking about it. Jeez. It really is so boring alone. Oh, is that my rival's book? I think... Oh, so Oak recognizes Agatha as the rival. I think it's a bit early for you to read something like that. By the way, Blue, if you're free tomorrow... Also, Oak's gonna help her. I'd like a hand feeding the Pokemon I'm raising. All the staff is away from the lab at the moment. See... Oh, this is wholesome as shit. Oak already knew the fear that she had a Pokemon phobia and is trying to just help her along without telling her, I'm helping you get over it. So she's not thinking about it. This is so wholesome. This shit is nice. So feeds the pen for the Tauros. Phew, try these gloves. They look thin, but they're sturdy and breathable. You seem to be scared of touching Pokemon. But one shouldn't be touching them with their bare hands anyways. Let's see. Okay. Everybody, lunch is ready, and they all come down. Take that Nidoran, for example. Its horn contains a poison that is seriously dangerous to a human if touched inadvertently. Poison point, of course. Even if a Nidoran doesn't want to spread its toxins, it does so without discrimination. The important thing is to find each individual's particular distance. The distance that they're comfortable with, so to speak. It's different for every person and Pokemon. Oak is absolutely right. Some people are like, "Hey, I'm bubbly. How are you?" And they're a huggy, touchy, feely type of person. Some people are like, "Get the fuck off me. Give me at least 3 meters." You know, person and Pokemon isn't that different. That is the first step in becoming a Pokemon trainer. And then there's the Taurus. Huh? There's one missing? And so she goes in. When I went and searched for the missing Pokemon, I found out one was always looking out beyond Palatown. As the Bulbasaur, of course. Wait a minute. They're not going to do this, are they? They're not going to do it because in the West, Red and Blue came out and everybody wanted Blastoise and Charizard. No one gave a fuck about Venusaur. Even though Venusaur is actually the best of the 3 in the original games. For type matchup in all the gyms, Venusaur has the most super effective hit rate on all the gyms. That's a fact. Look it up. Seriously. He has the most super effect rate. Look at it. Grass against the first gym. Second gym. Third gym, no effectiveness. So he's non-effective. Fourth gym, same type matchup, so no D. Fifth gym with Koga, same idea. Poison on grass, poison, nothing. Psychic and fire, his only weakness, and then against ground, super effective. He is literally never at a disadvantage. The only time this Pokemon is at a disadvantage is one gym. One gym where he's not either super effective or neutralized. That's a fact. One gym out of 8. Can you say the same of Squirtle or Charmeleon? No, you can't. So, well, okay, 2. I'll give you 2. But still, yeah, because Blaine. Shit. Fucked up. That was really badass when I said it, but then it was like, oh, wait a minute, shit. You have Sabrina and Blaine. Okay, Sabrina and Blaine. So that's 2. But to be fair, with Charmander, you have 2 before you even hit the first gym. Or before you hit third gym. So, are we going to go on the line that Bulbasaur's the weak one? Who's actually the strongest one? Are we going to go off the line that Bulbasaur's been forgotten because he wasn't chosen? This one, if I'm remembering right, is if you help Gramps with the Pokedex to give you a Pokemon, Squirtle, Charmander, Bulbasaur, they're known as starter Pokemon. I see this little one too was left behind. I always hated leaving that one behind. Like, that's not fair. The anime fixed it, but the games, they weren't chosen. Look at that Bulbasaur's eyes. Look at that eyes for a moment. Because he's not good enough? Because Charizard and Blastoise are cooler, you don't pick fucking Bulbasaur? Nah, man. I don't like this shit. I don't like this at all. And Blue goes up to this Bulbasaur. Mr. Bulbasaur. Hello, I'm Blue. Squirtle went with Green, And your friend Charmander went off with Red. Do you also want to go on a journey with me? And then goes forth. The Vine Whip to shake hands. Our synchronized feelings cleared away my cowardice. I could sit on these pages for hours, guys. I'm not lying. I could sit here and just... This is a Pokedex. Thank you so much. Although, Professor, is it possible the reason you're getting a Pokedex is... who knows? However... Oh, she's thinking it's because she's not good enough, blah, blah, blah. But... Even though you may get lost along the way, instead of hesitating now, I think it'd be better if you just kept leaping straight ahead. And that's how she found Clefairy. She got a Clefable. Then she battled Brock, of course, with Bulbasaur. And then there... Yeah, I didn't really enjoy battling at first, but it's fine once you get the hang of it. Eh? So I was the only one who lost to Brock? Well, of course you did, you dunce. Yep, you should go back to home to Paltown, Ruggy. What the hell? He was there tasty, right? And then was able to pat... That's why... Wait a minute, she still wears the gloves? I want to see her... I don't know. Was she still wearing the gloves? Was she still wearing the gloves before? Because Eevee didn't bite her this time, of course. And she reached out and pet her. And everybody's happy. But did she take off the gloves? I didn't go back to see... if she ever pet a Pokemon and she wasn't wearing gloves, but I'm going to assume that she hasn't taken off the gloves yet, because I feel like that's going to be a good character moment when she takes off the gloves. Where it said, okay, let's work out that food with the post-lunch battle. Oh, nice. It's Vextexus, I don't know, Vexitutious, always taking each other on in single battles. I don't know. I'm not saying that word right, but I don't even know if that is a word. So how about we do a battle royale instead, says Green. The hell is that? Come on, don't use such big and hard words. Yeah, no shit. I don't even know what that word is. It's like a melee, you idiot. By the way, Blue, your Clefairy hasn't battled before, right? You can borrow my Eevee for a bit then. I caught a powerful Rattata recently, but Eevee hasn't quite accepted him yet. So I want you to let them fight each other. A strong Rattata, huh? I understand. It's nice to meet you, Eevee. Okay, let's do this. Oh, wait. So that's how. So we have Squirtle, Charmander, and Bulbasaur all fighting. Okay. Oh, wait, but that's how Eevee and Blue got acquainted. I see. And then Water Gun, Ember, Vine Whip, of course. Boom, boom, boom. They all got knocked out. Oh no, shit. They're all weak to each other, aren't they? So then it was Pikachu, Eevee, Rattata, which we've seen. We saw this battle before. I love the foreshadowing. It's so... The foreshadowing has been done brilliantly. Like, this is some of the best... I know it's only 14 chapters. I know this whole manga is 14 chapters. But... the foreshadowing has been brilliantly done. Everything adds up. You're up next. Rattata, Eevee, Pikachu. Let's see. Use Quick Attack, both of them. So Pikachu and Rattata. And then Rattatat's, of course, is better than Pikachu's. Boom, boom, boom. Pikachu. So it really is that Rattata. Back when I first met Pikachu and chased him after into Viridian Forest, we saw an unbelievably strong Rattata. And it's really strong. He's dangerous. And then Eevee comes in, tries to fight, and boom, gets the Eevee down. There's a level of about it, and bang. Okay, that's it. Altogether, it's my victory. Huh? Why do I feel like Green is the one who got away something out of that? Oh, so they respect each other's speed or something like that? Damn it, I can't believe Green actually managed to capture him. Oh, how bothersome. Now you're acting like you knew of him first? That's just lame. Don't be such a baby. I'm not lying, I told you, didn't I? It was back then when you came to stop me. Yeah, there was a rat-a-tat. There's no mistaking it. Because, no other rat-a-tat can perform a quick attack on that level. I like the idea that extreme speed was developed by this rat-a-tat because it was too stupidly strong. I like that. Their quick attack was the strongest quick attack. It evolved into extreme speed. He had seemingly defeated an entire swarm beetle by itself. He then gave us a bored, disappointed look and disappeared into the forest. That's it. That face. It pisses me off. Well, I guess it is boring hanging around low-level chumps. He gets on my nerves the way the Green does. Do you get it, Eevee? Rattatat's strength is genuine. There's no place in my party for Pokemon with no value in battle. Stare. And they're both... Alright. Is Eevee okay? Eevee dislikes changes in environment. So, well, she'll get used to it now that she's witnessed Rattatat's power herself. Don't lose, Pikachu, and given the glare and sand attack. Scary face. You pissed me off. Get over here. Stop down, guys. Sand attack, huh? Let's go, Eevee, Rattata. If you guys keep hanging around those idiots, you catch a stupidity. Who are you calling an idiot? And then they're chilling. Bulbasaur and Eevee are chilling. And then, Eevee, see you later. You two as well. Let's meet again. Alright, let's all battle again someday. Stop it. You're weak, so you just embarrass yourself. No, next time, I'll be the one to win. Red is as bright and optimistic as ever, even though he said it was my victory again on the St. Anne. When I bumped into Green in the next town, I met Eevee and the newly evolved Raticate again. Oh, they're actually going to bring that up. We started getting along after I shared my favorite berries with them. Favorite spelt right for a change. These two have finally received my acknowledgement. There was Wartortle, Raticate, and Eevee. They're both perfect now. Aren't I a genius? Green was overflowing with confidence and radiance. And though I regretted the fact that, just like before, I was always chasing after them, we were all working hard together. The relationship between the three of us hadn't changed at all. Then we had an Ivysaur. The dazzling world that Pokemon and people share really was a dream to travel. Back then And then they saw it. Believed those days would last forever. Do you also want to go on a journey with me? And then it seems the vine whip in the hand is snapped out of the frame. What the? Was that a dream? Wake up, Sar-chan. A technique that drains a sleepy foe's dream. That was Dream Eater. Which must mean Wild Haunter. This is the cemetery Pokemon Tower. He's waiting. That's why they got the Haunter. But the Haunter was there before. Oh, I thought it meant that she had already captured the Hunter, but now it's Dream Eater. I heard stories about this place when I entered Lavender Town. Recently, various wrongdoings were committed here by a criminal organization called Team Rocket. Ever since the Pokemon they call this tower have been wary and cautious towards strangers. However, Haunter understood we weren't enemies after he saw our dreams, and so he offered to act as our guide throughout this tower. In the middle of our tour, we saw that. You want to trade away Eevee? Why? This one. Alright, so we're going to get more after the slap. Wait a minute. There's more. Some more information. You want to trade away to Eevee? Why? This one was the one who got along best with Eradicate. Ever since Eradicate died, she has stopped battling. That's because to release her would be... Alright, but she was there in the Pokemon Tower, so she knows. I want to be... But does Red actually know that Eradicate died? Like, Red actually knows, but hasn't said it. So I'm curious how this all boils down. I want to be the strongest trainer. I have no interest in Pokemon that won't fight. And Blue rightfully smacked and slapped Green in the face. Even if those are your true feelings, don't say such things in front of your Pokemon! Eradicate was poisoned and unable to be treated in time because you didn't turn back. Green wouldn't tell me anything more than that. But I knew. They were doing their utmost. All the while, Eevee's heart and body continued to weaken. I'll introduce you to everyone again. Sarah-chan, Haunter, Clef-chan, Pixiku, the Vulpix. What should we call you? Although it hasn't been long, I look forward to working with you. Smacks her hand out of the way. V. I'm scared. Oh, because of the trauma. She can't... Oh, is she going to take off the gloves? Is she going to take off the gloves to pet Eevee? To show him that it's okay? Is it because I'm afraid of being bitten and the Ivysaur noticed it? No, that's wrong. It's because I'm scared of being rejected. I've always been scared. I've never been able to remove my gloves. The important thing is finding each individual's particular distance, the distance that they're comfortable with, so to speak. So for every person in Pokemon, that is the first step in becoming a Pokemon trainer. So Ivysaur reached out with the vine and she's shocked and scared. Foolishly, I had thought even a coward like himself, even on a journey, could become a fine trainer. And was scared, and Ivysaur is worried. And she can't do it. Oh shit. After that, Eevee went to sleep. As if to rebuff me. Even after so many days passed that I lost count, she still hadn't regained consciousness. She's been in a phase of REM sleep for a long period. Seems like she's constantly dreaming. This might be a protective instinct to guard against her heart against excessive stress. She went into her own coma because she can't handle this shit. This type of hypersomnia is rarely seen in Pokemon, but potentially could be a result of Eevee's sensitivity to environmental change, which has been brought up. Can you cure her? We will provide her with nourishment via drip infusion, but as the cause of the condition is unique to each case, there's no uniform treatment. What's needed really is for the root of her stress to be removed. Oh wait, Red, the root? As I thought, this is about Eradicate. Wait, so Red does know. Like, we assumed he knew, but he clearly knows now. Like, it's confirmed. Like, it was one of those things where, once again, I brought it up in both streams. The fact that Red might be the dummy protagonist and not know certain things, but maybe he does know more than he's letting on, and he clearly knows. He clearly knows at this point. He pretended not to know for the sake of Green's pride, but he does know. He just doesn't want to talk about it. For sake of Green. Yes. After she left Green's party, my action shows Eevee to depression. I tried contacting the professor, but he must be in a meeting or something. Let's see. Red, how did you get that injury? That was... Oh, it's the Cubone. The story of a battle that... And an evil that I had never experienced. One that involved the Mafia group Team Rocket. And the Pokemon headhunting incident that had occurred in Lavender Town. That's also why I'm looking after this guy as well. So that was the event that made Hunter wary. Red, behind you! Oh wait, is this supposed to be the ghost hand? Like the whole idea that the ghost hand is on you, sort of idea? Are we doing that? Ekans is there. Pikachu! Boom, 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 boom. Found you, brat. There's no way you're getting away this time. Red, they came as far as the Pokemon Center to find me. Sorry, Blue. I need to crush these punks. Look at this man. This man is like, fuck this shit. I'm going to destroy everybody. Because Red, once again, I don't give a fuck, you Cynthia wankers, just because you haven't grown up and had sex with a real woman. I don't give a fuck. Cynthia isn't the best. You know who is the best? This guy. This guy is the greatest trainer that ever lived and will ever live, and you're never going to convince me otherwise. Red is the original, the first and foremost Pokemon Master. And no one's taking that title from him. I didn't know. Rather, I didn't sense it. That this world, oh, she was there, she showed up, isn't one made up of sunshine and rainbows. Bad people, bad things. Oh, she found Red completely defeated. Well, he beat Giovanni, but within an inch of his life. The people in the Pokemon followed the victim of this. Bloodshed and tears. These things have always existed beside us. Oh, so Green was also... Well, that makes sense too. So Red and Green fought their shit out, but they also got their ass kicked. I like that. I like the idea that both of them, even though they beat the shit out of Team Rocket, they also took heavy injuries. I like that. I like that. Like, Team Rocket wasn't exactly beaten by two 12-year-olds. They got their ass kicked too. Everyone has been hospitalized. All because I didn't take them to the Pokemon Center to recover. All because I allowed them to fight until they were injured. So what if we won? What can I even say for myself? I'm not fit to be a Pokemon trainer. I think that... Wait! What do you want? That's cold, Green. Alright, am I missing something? What do you want? That's cold, Green. As he is... So, I feel like I'm missing a panel here. As he is, Red may give up on being a Pokemon trainer, and despite fighting together, that you're just going to leave without saying anything? Oh, maybe I'm not missing it. It's just a bad transition. I think you're misunderstanding something. We both launched an attack on Team Rocket for different reasons. Red was battling for the sake of justice, but for me, it was just training. And in any case, it's natural for Pokemon to get injured in battle. Why is he getting all down now? But this wasn't an ordinary battle! She's still wearing her gloves. It's the same as any other. Good and evil doesn't exist in battle. There's only the weak and the strong. What do you want about? Take that idiot feeling sorry for himself over there. He was moved by his emotions, and Red is listening to... Wait, Red's awake. Wait a minute. Red's awake to listen to it. He was moved by the emotions of his Pokemon and mixed himself up in their affairs without permission. To be used by a Pokemon's emotions is to be weak. Strength is the opposite. It is to be unaffected by a Pokemon's emotions. No. It is to be used... Wait. This is weird. He's got the pendant around his neck. He shouldn't have the pendant, by the way, around his neck at this point. Just a little continuity error. Because he laid that in the Pokemon Tower. is to be able to use a Pokemon's full potential to the sole purpose of winning. That is the only valuable thing which a Pokemon should be measured. Green, were you aware that Eevee has hypnosomnia? Eevee has been deeply since the day you traded her to me. She feels sick inside. I was told the cause was stress and there is no cure, so please tell me. What value did the person who pushed Eevee into such a state have? I want to see this man cry. To watch you seal up and seal your true feelings like this. Which is what he's doing. I had no value. Just like that pathetic Red. The me that wasn't able to use Eevee had no value. Value is something you make for yourself. And my value will be power. Now let me see the tear as you walk away. Let me see it, Green. Green, give me the reason to believe you believe. It was then I realized there's no such thing as something that never changes. Back then, if I had put my foot down, things would have been different. If I had stopped them back then, had I ascended the situation quicker, could I have saved them? I don't know. I just don't know. In any case, thinking such thing is futile. As a person who couldn't even become a trainer, I don't have the ability to change anything. And then Ivysaur jumps out, source that. And then brings out the vine. Looks away. And is shaking, trembling the vine. That dream, could it be that it wasn't only mine? It wasn't just me? She's gonna take away the vine? I was scared. Oh, come on. Let's go. Have you been afraid all this time? Take off the gloves. Why did I never notice? The fact that there is no one who isn't afraid of being rejected. And there's Blue and Ivysaur. With no gloves. See how easy... This is why I don't understand about normal shonen manga. How... Or seinen, like, how do they fuck this up? It's so easy. It's so easy in 90 pages to establish something we give a shit about. It's so easy. 150 to 200 pages, you can convince me. So if you were to break that down, that's 18 pages, 20 pages a chapter, right? So this is why my argument about within 15, 20 chapters make me give a shit about a character. You should be able to, because this already did it. This made me cry 3 times. 3 times less than 11 chapters. Let's go. 11 chapters, cried 3 times. I read Naruto and cried once. Dry as death. But 700 chapters. Almost 20 years. Cried once. The fuck you doing, Naruto? See what I'm saying? It's not hard to make people care. It's not hard to write great. It's hard to write well. You just need to know what people are after. And people want emotion. Put emotion and passion into your writing, you're going to have it. And then Blue says, I'm sorry, Sarchan, I'm so sorry. Despite that, ever since we first met, you've always had your hand stretched out. Thanks, Sarchan. I know what I have to do now. And then the professor talked about each person's distance. However, I've always been thinking of it as keeping in my distance instead. Oh wait, does she fight against... Is she going to be the one to fight against Green? Because that would be perfect. Every Pokemon and every person has their own. Like, I mean, after the first match, of course. I'm ignorant that the part that is not considering what distance our Pokemon needs to be at, and so what I need to do now is to get Eevee closer to becoming one with her. Well then, Hunter, I'm ready. It's alright, Sarchan. I will definitely come back. Mrs. Agatha's book mentioned people who had never returned to reality after entering a Pokemon's dreams. Who had never returned to reality. Even so, I had Hunter use this technique to bind Eevee and my own heart and memories together in order to search for Eevee who has shut herself away. I had her use Dream Eater and Nightmare to share our dreams. Oh my... That is some commitment. Holy shit. I never knew that this could get violent and it will be dangerous, but this is the only solution I can think of. So even if I'm scared to try reaching out, just like Sarchan did. Okay, Gramps, leave it to me. Wow, nice. This is my dream? No. Someday I'll become the strongest trainer. I'll be stronger even than you, Grandpa. What I'm noticing is Eevee's feelings for Green. This places Eevee's memories. What are you going to do with a Pokemon that rejects people who can't use electric attacks? Pikachu's going to be my ace. Together we will be the strongest in the world. Their rivalry, their departure, and their meeting with the Rattata with incredible strength that looked down on its surroundings. Felt like a foreign element set apart from the rest of the team. This team will fall apart. Look, I won't tell you to get along or befriend each other, but if you keep on distracting or tripping up the other in battle and training, the turning point was that day. After doing battle with Rattata, who was always doing his best in following Green's instructions to the letter, Eevee came to an understanding. That attitude was because Rattata was trying to go above and beyond the strength Green desired. And after Eevee realized this, Rattata was able to blend in and become part of the team. And we took pleasure in aiming for the greater heights together. And then, of course, regret. Body feels cold. Vision distorting. It hurts. It hurts. I can't move. It's as if half of my body stopped working. I can only watch as the rest of the team train tirelessly in silence. And Eevee wasn't willing to do anything. Eevee, leave the party. I'm sorry. Growl's trying to comfort. And then we see the wave. The sea of all of you. Couldn't stop blaming yourselves for what happened. And all you understood how guilty each other felt. The tears won't stop. An antidote? Is this... Eradicate, you've been poisoned. That was a close one. It's lucky you realized that so quick, Eevee. This isn't a memory. It's what Eevee wanted to do. Our eyes met. This is the time. This is how you've been living, chasing a fantasy that can never come true. I'm sorry. I intruded on your dream without your permission, but you can't stay here forever. If one falls into a deep sleep, their spirit can become trapped by the desires of the soul. Let's go home, maybe. If you remain here, if such an event occurs, it becomes impossible to return to reality unless you reject this desire by your own volition. All the while, the actual physical body weakens, and eventually it succumbs to a peaceful end. In a sense, this could be considered happiness. Such a thing, no. And the swift, hits her in the head. Despite that, it's what you truly want. If that's actually so, then Are you okay? That was too much, Evie. Green. Hey, Green. You should lend a hand too. Blue, what happened? Red. Okay, they're back in the... I was honestly clenching my fist so hard that, yeah. Okay. Shit. There was some shit going down. Not gonna lie. How's your injury? This is nice. It's fine, thanks. This is the calm I've been for a long time. That's true. This isn't a dream. It's my dream. I know that because in reality those two, but even knowing that, I want to stay here forever. Where they're all happy. But when you think about it, when you really think about it, Eradicate is dead. Eradicate can't come back. And we would love to believe that this was shown in manga, you know? You'd like to believe that Eradicate can come back, but no. The authors are never going to bring Eradicate back. Unlike Fairy Tail and Naruto and other bullshit shonen. Eradicate's gone. Is not coming back. Alright, so Let's see. Come on, Blue. Let's go. No, I won't go with you. Blue, what's wrong? This is just a dream. The three of us getting along again. I really do want everyone to stay close to me, but that's just my own selfish desire. The fantasy only actualizing your true feelings. My dream shouldn't assault the two of you like this. I mean, fair point. I've always wanted to be like both of you. You always look forward, and although right now you may have changed because you hit a wall, that's because you guys decided to go on your own path yourselves. You're walking it with your own 2 feet. I will never forget my dream for twisting the life that you've chosen. I believe someday the two of you once more will walk that road and your paths will cross again. That's why I also have to walk mine. So I can't stay here. Evie closes his eyes. I am your desire. If you intend to reject me, then I won't allow you to leave. And the Raticate comes out, and then boom, the Eevee defeats the Raticate. And then what do you intend to do, Eevee? You're the one that wished for this world. Blue has complete faith in Red and Green walking again. That's because those two are still living in the real world. Will you go? Will you leave us behind? But the Raticate that Eevee pines for is no longer there. But that is what living in reality is, to be an Eevee. And the one who will walk out of here is Eevee herself. I see. That's the thing. Raticate risked his life to protect. And then the life they wanted disappears. Let's go, Eevee. Let's live for Raticate's sake. Welcome back, Eevee. Wow. And that took 2 fucking hours. So, yeah. Holy shit, God damn it. I'm not gonna lie to any of you, this shit is something else. I've read a lot of manga in my day, and I'm not gonna lie to you. Maybe it's nostalgia. Could be. Could be part of it. But I just think that this is some beautiful writing. I like to believe that this is some 10 out of 10 writing. Some fantastic pacing. Some great writing. Some ways of showcasing how to call a spade a spade. So, we'll be right back, and then we will read chapter 12. I'm hoping to get through the entire thing tonight, but well, at this point we'll have to wait and see. I didn't think point 1 would take so long, so. I will be right back. Okay, let's just check in with the chat in case there's anything that's interesting. Artist said Blues team is some shit I would use. Blues team, I mean, I would use Green's team, but I don't think I would use Blues team. I mean, I might. I love my Gen 1, but still. Okay, so chapter 12. Because we are. It was a belief that we had held without any bias. Back in those days, we truly thought that the relationship between the three of us was something that would never change. And now... Oh, what the fuck? There's Blue laying, huh? There's Evie, Ivysaur, Hunter, crying, huh? That's right, I jumped into Evie's... Everyone, I must have really made you worry. And then there's Red in the original OG get up. That you did? Red, why are you here? I came to grab something I forgot and I happened to find you here. Wait, where is this? The hospital. When I brought Eevee out of her dream, I found myself at the inn at the Pokemon Center. Immediately after waking up, I passed out again and was unconscious for another 3 days. That was the same length of time that I had spent inside Eevee's dream. You were lucky. Events occurring inside deeply scarred, shared dreams can be reflective upon one's body since the brain views such events as reality. Interesting. Indeed, that wound on your forehead was caused... Is this going to be why she wears a hat? Indeed, that wound on your forehead was caused not from the outside, but by your skin splitting from within. As I'm sure you would have read in this book, there are plenty of noted cases concerning people being able to return from their dream. Never do such a thing again. Think of how much your Pokemon would suffer knowing their own techniques injured their partner. And that's how Hunter feels bad. Now Eevee feels bad. They all feel bad. Hunter-chan, everyone, I'm sorry. She's got the scar there. I promise you that I'll definitely become a trainer you can all rely on. And they're all looking at Vulpix, Clefairy, Ivysaur. I mean, I would use this team. Yeah, so maybe it is Blue that artist was talking about. You really went over the top this time, didn't you, Blue? I don't want to be told that by you of all people, Red. I mean, fair point. Red is kind of a douche. But he's awesome. I really thought you might stop being a trainer. Yeah, I thought I was going to give up too, eh? But they got angry with me. So I decided to give up on giving up. I see. It seems like we're always getting saved by our Pokemon, aren't we? Yeah. Hey, Red. Will you hang out with me for a little while? Oh, and they had a nice... You know what? I know this is... Well, once again, it's a doji, so it can do whatever it wants. I sort of expected them to have sex. I don't know. Is that just me? I sort of expected it to be implied that they banged. But this is nice too. This is wholesome, but yeah, because Shaman King did it with the whole, can I spend the night with you? It's implied. Okay, it's fine doing it this way, but I would have preferred the implication. Unless we're still trying to do the red misty thing, which is nice too. I would prefer blue with green and red with misty anyways. It's been a while, hasn't it, since we've chatted like while eating like this. This is a memorial. This is also a memorial for Raticate. In Agatha's book, it said that if you collect something that the deceased one loved and talk about the memories of them, it will be beneficial for the deceased and those left behind. Honestly, Green should have really been here too. I couldn't get in contact with him, so we'll have to do without. So Red did know. He knew the whole time. Interesting. I did leave a message for him at the Pokemon Center, though. Alright, let's eat and talk then. He's going to be in the background. I've got a lot to catch up on. After that, we talked so much about so many things with each other. About before we all set off from Palatown, our journeys thus far, the battles against evil, what happened while I was inside the dream, and our stories about our Pokemon. Honestly, Green is the worst. Oh, so they're all drunked up. I understand the situation he was in, but I still have no interest in Pokemon that won't fight. What kind of thing is that to say? He's horrible. Eevee! Okay, so they all got drunked up. Is that really juice you're drinking? Yeah, it's a fruit latte. Fruit flavored milk. Yeah, no. Want some? No, thanks. Are you saying you can't handle it? You're drunk off juice. And then Pikachu is clearly pretending to be the Raticate, but well, Green has been like that for as long as I can remember. Because the answer is Green's Rattata's facial expression. That's spot on. He mocked and made a fool out of me for it. Me too. But more annoying than everything else is ever since we met, we haven't beaten him even once. The movement of that Raticate had stuck with us since Viridian Forest. We tried to mimic it, yet when we battled in Cerulean, we couldn't match him at all. But by training harder and faster, there was a time we managed to reach his level briefly. Oh, the S is saying, quick attack, boom, boom. Volt, now Pikachu, Volt Tackle. And he got him. What the hell was that? Instead of discharging it, you attacked by coating yourself in the electricity generated by Thunderbolt. Volt Tackle, was it? Seems like you somehow managed to come up with an original technique. But did you honestly believe that was all it would do to defeat my Eradicate? No, it's not just an original attack. This is Pikachu's first attack. Every time we fought, you've defeated us handily. But this time we finally managed to land a proper blow. Pathetic, huh? That was when we saw it for the first time. A face that showed from the bottom of his heart true happiness seeing the opponent's strength. Raticate versus Pikachu. A face that acknowledged the power of its opponent while maintaining absolute pride in its own might. Although we ended up losing on that occasion too anyways. But still, it felt amazing. It was a great battle. Avi. Do you remember it, Eevee? You were there after all. Pika. I get it. I wanted to battle with him again too. Shit. Many more times. The line was, I wanted to battle with him again too many more times. And they cried. I don't know if the day will come when this hole in our hearts will be filled. The only thing I can say is, he left behind something incredible for each of us. That admirable power, the strength of will, and the happiness they shared, our Pokemon will remember all of that. I guess that's what they call the soul. The soul. You have one new message. Click. It's for Green. Hello, this is Blue. I thought you should know that Eevee has woken up. She's okay for the time being. If I'm being honest, I was never as close to Eradicate as Red or yourself. So I thought I wouldn't be understand Eevee's situation as deeply. But the professor talked to me about the relationships between Pokemon and people, and he told me that each one is unique. I can't empathize with or understand Pokemon the way Red does. And I can't create a unified, hardworking team while keeping my distance like you do. However, I finally found my solution. I will walk beside Eevee, who has inherited Eradicate's soul. Eevee? What the heck? She's right there. Eevee? And then boom, Espeon. She evolved, but I thought she only evolved with the stone, and then boom. What is this? The power to move things without touching them. And sending pictures through telepathy? I see. This is what Eevee wanted back then. Pika Pika. Wow, this is Eevee's new power. Born from past regret. The power to protect one's new friends. Amazing. And touching her without the gloves. Pokemon really are amazing. And Oak says, Espeon, how rare. Damn. Oh. This shit is sad as fuck, man. Fuck band. That's all I can say. Fuck band. Espeon, how rare. Espeon, huh? It's a newly discovered evolution of Eevee. Eevee's genes react to the sunlight, causing it to transform into the sun Pokemon Espeon. It is said that the prerequisite for evolution is for the Pokemon to have absolute trust in the human being it is closest with. Trust. By the way, Green told me the basics of what happened through email. You did a fine job saving Eevee's heart. Oh, that's nice. So Oak knows about it. Actually, she's the one who didn't abandon me when I was at my lowest point. You have the look of a Pokemon trainer now, Blue. Thank you, Professor. And then we have all the... Oh, shit. We have all the memories, yeah. Alright, now that we have her name and type, let's battle. Pika. Huh? So Espeon versus... Here we go, S-Chan. Boom. And then it's... Keep it up, Pikachu. Let's do this. Volt Tackle. And then... Thinking about it. Pika? Damn! What's wrong? Weren't you the one ready to battle? Alright, so now we solved Blue's problem and Eevee's problem, but we haven't solved Red's trauma. What's wrong? Weren't you the one wanting to battle Red? You must be scared. This is your first fight since your clash with Team Rocket, isn't it? I understand a bit what you're feeling. There were various things that I too was afraid of, but now I've changed. Green told me good and evil don't exist in battle. But it was you, Red, that said, once you found pride in yourself, the most exciting battles happen when you recognize your opponent's power. I'm feeling excited right now. S-Chan and Pikachu have overcome the past. They've inherited Raticate's soul, and now I want to see how far they can go. This is a beautiful double spread shot, by the way. What about you, Red? Pikachu, hit me. Smack. Bang. Blue, Espeon, Pikachu, thanks. Pikachu, he doesn't regret that battle. I can't stay scared like this forever. There's only one thing to do. Keep moving forward. I'm alright now. I'll become a Pokemon trainer worthy of my Pokemon. S-Chan, Pikachu, Psychic, Volt Tackle, and bam. Espeon was the victor by the looks of it. No, they're still going forward. Pikachu, you're right. You asked us how far we can go, right, Blue? Raticate is no longer here, and it's supposed to go beyond something that isn't here. But what we can do is keep on walking, even if we can't reach infinity. As long as we continue to chase it, we'll go anywhere together. If I can continue to improve on me from yesterday, I'll always be the best version of me today. So we'll keep moving forward so we can become the strongest we've ever been. You're the same as always, Red. Except you've changed. Just as with S-Chan, I can still see the shadow of you from back then. That's right, but you've obtained truly strength by standing up despite being broken. There's no such thing as something that never changes. I want Green to see S-Chan now. We'll change. And change. But in his current state, I know nothing you show or say will reach him. And if we want to get through them, there's nothing else to do but to fight. Because I've learned that some things can only be conveyed when you seriously battle. I'm going to get stronger too so I can catch up to Green. But before that, Red, I'm going to win against you. With Pokemon. Bring it on. We'll grow and understand each other through clashing and colliding. Because we are, Pokemon trainers. Damn, that last shot catching me a little bit in the feels there. Damn, man, that's some shit. Artist said Blue Steam is some shit I would use. Band said I like how the author made a whole story based off Raticate's death. Yeah, me too, because that shit has made me bawling my eyes out for forever now. Artist said, I have 2 of Ramon's in our verses. Oh, well, then fuck you with that too. Artist said, huh? Band said, well, that came out of nowhere. Artist said, waga. Man said Lamau, and artist said man what, and artist is crying his eyes out. So I don't know what any of that means because nobody is speaking actual language, but we're just gonna understand that yeah. So 12.5 is what we have to read next. Now, unfortunately, this also means then I'm going to have no time, because it is almost 1 o'clock. I'm going to have no time to do any type of streaming outside of this. Which is fine. But we're going to have to definitely clear this one up. So here we have 12.5. My friends at Winter Kamiki told me that recently the series has only been about green and blue. And that's interesting and all, but red has just faded into the background. What can I say for myself? Okay, so this is like an April Fool's chapter. I'm not fit to be the champion. I think that, wait, what do you want? That's cold green. As he is, red may give on being the champion, and despite being rivals, you're just going to leave without saying anything? I think you're misunderstanding something. It's true that as of late, it's just been my fight in your flashback. But it's not like he hadn't had his shot. So obviously he had to give some backstory too. He got the spotlight in Chapter 5, Type Wild, and Chapter 6, Eyes of Light. So, naturally, the next chapters will be focused on us. But it's been 5 years since Chapter 6 came out. Wow, that's... I mean, given the quality, I understand. Correct. So I'll be taking the championship from now on. This will be the Festival of Green. What the hell? Pika Festival of Green, what are you talking about? It sounds like it's even called Festival of Red anyways. What? You've already been discharged? Don't you push yourself too hard, Red. You haven't changed, you have been cured of your background character syndrome yet. I don't have anything like that. You guys with your long-ass backstories, all I've had is the one about how I met Pikachu. Wasn't that in my flashback chapter? Cut it out. No more backstory whining. Now about all the backstories are prohibited. How's that? You're only saying that because you're finished. Just you wait. Next chapter, I'll be the champion. In Chapter 13, I'll be taking on Skyla. We're finally returning to the main event. He turned into Ash. He turned into Ash. It's not that funny. It's not that. Oh. 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 I think I got it under control. Alright. God damn. I don't know why that tickled my funny bone so much, but it did. It did. It really did. Alright, so let's start chapter 13. Let's just check the chat really quick. Ben said 12.1 Pod is just a big author's note. You can read or skip it. I'm glad I didn't, because that was really good, actually. Ben said, but you might as well just read it. Ben said, that's the first time I've seen you have a hearty laugh like that. No, I've done that 3 or 4 times on stream, or twice on stream and twice in videos that I just kept into the video reaction. Like I did twice in video reactions and twice on live stream. And holy shit, I mean, you can't fake that shit. You can't recreate that type of shit, you know what I mean? So that's, That's a great time. Like, as dummy and as stupid as it is to laugh over something so stupid, you know what? It's a great big belly laugh, and I'm happy to do it. You know, like that was. I feel like 20 pounds lighter with that one, man. That was great. I enjoyed that laugh. That was a good fucking laugh. So let's do chapter 13, Blues Battle. Alright, let's go. So remember that we have green and blue, or red and blue facing off up against green before the next match. They were facing them off. So where are you going, red? To see green. I'll come with you. Just noticing. And boom. After parting ways at Saffron City, the three of us continued on our own separate journeys. It wasn't until I was in Victor Road that I next saw Green. Green that attacked just now. Extreme speed. It's a technique Eradicate passed on to us that we've polished even further. I felt so relieved. He was smiling and being his typical confident and sarcastic self. He has returned to how he always used to be. I could only tell that he had changed when I introduced him to Espion for the first time. I didn't know if time had healed the wounds in his heart, or if it was because he was finally sitting on the grand stage he had been aiming for, but seeing Green happy again, but it brought me comfort. But as his battle against Karen continued, I witnessed it again. In both his words, he wanted to change the meaning of the word dark and reveal to the world the brilliance of these spies Pokemon. But that's impossible. You're just weak. You're drunk on your own meaningless sub-story. That hatred-fueled wrath. And worn on his face. You two. What do you want? Alright, we're back to the main story. Back in Saffron City, you told me. Strength is being able to use a Pokemon's full potential for the sole purpose of winning. You stated that was the only value a Pokemon trader had with those same eyes. Let's see. Oh, Red's gonna play the friend. Nothing really. I just came to congratulate you on your win, that's all. Well done. Who the hell do you think you are? Slaps his hand. Oh, wait a minute. So Red's playing the game correctly. Red's trying to play the game that Green's playing. Let's go. Red is not your typical shonen protagonist. Let's go. You're pissed off despite being the victor. I see. That's how it is. It must sting to win the battle but lose the war, right? God damn, I love being right all the time. What? Yeah, this man pissed. Ah, right. You mean what Karen was prattling on about, changing people's prejudice by showing them the battle of the appeal of dark types. Yeah, and she did just that. You actually believe that she changed the world? Don't be an idiot. Let's see what Red has to say about that. It's true that the Indigo League is at the apex of this world. Excuse me, guys. There we go. And at the apex of the world, and because of that, matches are seen all over the globe. But even if our bout just now moved some people, do you really think that the attitudes and thoughts of the populace hold towards Dark-type Pokemon are going to change from this day forward? The feelings of a moment will never sway how humans behave in the long run. Most people will wake up tomorrow and go about their day the same as they would have yesterday. You can argue this. But the world also watched while Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier. You can argue what Green is trying to say, but you can also argue against it by saying that Michael Jordan and Jackie Robinson were breaking color barriers about who was the number one. Like, who black people can play baseball, black people can play basketball, black people can play, you know what I mean? Like, Jackie Robinson was the one to install the fact that it's not white baseball isn't just white baseball, it's baseball for the world. So, yeah. Red's fighting the ironically, Red's fighting the Jackie Robinson level here. Karen is fighting for Jackie Robinson over here. And I think Karen just took the first swing to be the Jackie Robinson to Pokemon. And it's not because it's dark type, it's not because it's the color, blah blah blah. Shut up. It's just because there's a minority, there's a prejudice against a certain group of people, certain group of Pokemon, and we're seeing the inclusion now of a group of Pokemon, of people, of trainers, of what have you. So, Green's just wrong. Because I live in a world post Jackie Robinson where black people are way better at fucking sports than I am. So, I'm just saying, like, yeah, no. Basketball is dominated by black people. Football is dominated by black people. It's just... His argument is that dark type Pokemon will never dominate and will never be a part. They will never be accepted in the major leagues. But if we were to look at that from the historical standpoint, they absolutely will, because right now the greatest players in the world are exactly those dark type Pokemon, if you want to look at it that way. So, just putting that out there. And by the way, my 3 top tier Pokemon types: Dark, Fire, and Electric. So, I'm with Karen on this bitch. I'm with Karen on the Houndoom and the fucking Murkrow. I'm there. Houndoom is a fuck. Honestly, I prefer Mightyena over Houndoom, but I do like Houndoom. Houndoom's cool. So let's see. Green's argument, which has been an argument for a long time. No matter how many times it takes, Karen won't stop trying until they can't forget. Okay? Hey. You didn't even know anything about her until just now. Don't you think you're getting a little too worked up over her? Of course. The two of you are the same. Alright, so Green's shoving that fucking dark shit in the face. He's shoving that whole, like, you only cared when it was cool, sort of idea. You only cared because now it's a big deal. But it's like I've always argued to people that always blame me for having or not having white guilt. It's like, well, I didn't know about the problem. Now that you've brought up the problem, maybe I'll look and address the problem. But to blame me, and then they go on this line of, well, you should have known. It's like, well, until you how was I supposed to know? Until you is it my job to study every fucking history book in existence by the time I was 10? Like, is it my job to go to the library every single day and read every fucking book? Or maybe it's not my fault. Maybe somebody should come to me and address your problems when I am holding a level of power, and maybe you should come to me and then I can address the problem as it stands. Maybe that's a good idea. Instead of attacking and blaming me for not knowing about said problem, which, by the way, history would say there is 1,000,001 problems that no one man knows of anything. Maybe you come to me first, and then I look into it, and then we talk about it, and then we try to fix it. How about that? How about that one? But Green here is doing the same thing that they all do. Green is doing the whole, hey, you didn't know about that, so you're an asshole. It's like, well, of course I didn't know about it. I didn't know about it until you fucking said it. And now you're blaming me like I caused the problem. I didn't cause the problem. You didn't cause the problem, but you're blaming me like I'm supposed to know about it and fix it. So the two of you are the same, says Green. And Ash is looking, or Red is looking very serious, so is Pikachu. Very serious eyes. You could even say that she's the superior version of you. So you're just getting impatient, aren't you? The fact that she lost to me, which, by the way, she lot. There's a typo error. She lot to me. Should be lost. Means you have no means of ever coming close to defeating me. That's not it at all. Why do you think she lost the screen? If you're going to blabber on about charming people to reach into the top, then reaching the top should be your only focus. Karen's track record and skill were adequate. And yet, when it really mattered, she lost to me. It's because she misjudged the value of a Pokemon's feelings and their story. Oh, he went evil. And there's Espeon right there. The only thing she proved is that all that amounts to worthless trash. Oh shit. Red about to fucking tango. He grabbed him. What the hell are you saying? Wait, Red. If that is really the case, what about your Arcanine? Blue told me all about it. Your Arcanine's extreme speed is something it inherited from Raticate. Isn't that a precious story to you? That's true. I learned a lot from that match. That sentimentality over Raticate's death. A shitty sob story like that will never have any value. Oh, Espeon. What the hell? It's not about whether it has use or not, you bastard. Do you realize that part of you, bam, really pisses me off. Punched him in the face. That stupid habit of you sticking your nose into other people's business. Green! Pika, stay out of this, Pikachu. Bam. Oh, they're actually gonna fight. They're actually gonna... It's about time. Green and red are actually just gonna fucking... Let's throw hands. Red's had enough of this shit. Fuck Pokemon battles. I need to punch this motherfucker in the face. You punched him in the face, grazed him, blocked. Weren't the only one that cared about Raticate. Keep talking. And then stop. Oh, Espeon. Stop it, both of you. So let's see. We have a stop. Stop it, both of you. And Espeon, stop them. Wait a minute. Psychic. Let go of me, Espeon. Espeon, nope. Arcanine. Arcanine's not going to attack Espeon. And then, boom, going for it. Boom. Pikachu stopped him. And said, nope. Pikachu, Arcanine, Espeon. Arcanine back. Psychic has been released. Let's go. Good grief. What were we talking about again? Oh, that's right. About extreme speed and the memory of Eradicate. Tense. It's true that I realized he wasn't brainless when he was able to learn. Are you really gonna talk shit? You're about to fucking get your ass kicked. It's true that I realized he wasn't brainless when he was able to learn Quick Attack, a move normally unlearnable, as a result of his sentimental feelings. However, as long as it leads to strength, that reason doesn't matter, but only if it leads to strength. Arcanine, do not use extreme speed again. It has only become a flaw in my battle strategy. This asshole, this motherfucking asshole. I don't know about you guys, but I'm just saying, like, this shit is... What are you saying? You flinched when Houndoom countered your extreme speed. It was a tactic, spelt wrong, intended to completely wipe out our foe, but instead almost led to our defeat. Arcanine, that move is wrapped up in so many emotions for you that when it was countered, it damaged your confidence. From this day forward, you will forget about that pathetic Pokemon. Raticate is not an important piece in my plan to reach the top. Green, you bastard! Pikachu is done with this shit. Espeon is... What the hell? Pikachu. Pika! Boom. Arcanine caught the tail. Pikachu! Quiver. Arcanine looking solid. Pikachu. Noticing the glare. Pikachu. Boom. Espeon was grabbed him. Kawa? I see how it is. You're not going to settle unless we go at it for real, huh? So we have the three of them going at it. Stand down, Misty. You'll both just end up disqualified if you fight here. Misty. Green, wait. Are you really in a position to be worrying about others? I noticed it during your fight with Misty, and even during that light scuffle just now. Your Pikachu has hit its limit, hasn't it? Huh? Green. Please watch the next match. Watch S-Chan fight. Do your best to ensure your worthlessness isn't exposed to the world. Damn it, he's evolved into an even bigger asshole, hasn't he? Red Pikachu, you guys got too heated way too quickly. Was the only way to start a fight? No, that's not it. Honestly, I guess I can't be mad since you guys tend to explode at the drop of a hat. Things can get complicated with you three, don't they? Green doesn't make it on its own. Red, I'm aiming to win. I didn't come here half-heartedly or anything like that. I just wanted to chase the two of you and show Green how happy S-Chan has become. But from now on, I intend to win and show Green that we came this far without forgetting Eradicate. Now you're talking. Good luck with your first match. I mean, this is some emotional driven fucking shit, and I love it. Like less than 10 90-page chapters have convinced me that if you can't do this shit normally, what are we doing? Like, if you can't write a story that does this shit to me normally, like, and I'll give you the Pokemon thing. So let's triple the chapters. Let's give you, this is 10, I'll give you 30. 30 90-page chapters. You can't convince me in 30 90-page chapters. Why are you complaining when I say no? Because this is yes. I can't. We'll be here all night if I continue to say the amount of yeses. Then I want to fucking yes to this fucking yes of this yes of a manga says yes. Like, what are we doing? So, like, I just don't understand. Like, how do other mangas fuck up? You get yourself a great artist. You get yourself a great story. Boom. Put it to paper. It's not that difficult. Look, this was not that difficult to make. It really wasn't. It took a lot of time and planning, but they made it work. And it's a fan manga. And it's better than everything running in Shonen Jump. It's better than current One Piece. That's a fact. This is better than everything riding in Shonen Jump right now, currently. That's a fact. Okay, let's see. I'll be cheering both of you on, says Misty. There are as many reasons as there are Pokemon trainers, but as a Pokemon trainer, talking about your path is right. Let's battle. And now, this bout's competitors will enter the arena. So we have some Unova bitch that we don't care about versus the OG Blue. And it's on the forest battlefield. Blue, we meet again. And so, I'll show you the Unova battle style that I do not care about because fuck Unova, we got the OGs. In that case, I'll show you the Kanto, no, my own battle style. Ace Trainer Skyla versus Palatown's Blue. I really don't care. Dodrio versus Clefable using Thunderbolt. Let's go! Clefable is actually like OP as shit in current showdowns, so yeah. Electric type move, the enemy is flanted in natural strategy. However, try attack. Boom, 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 boom. But still, why didn't Thunderbolt connect? So fast, Clefchan had no time to charge up the electricity of Thunderbolt. Okay. Alright, we're gonna play the game. Alright, when a Pokemon uses a move outside of its own type, both the speed and power of the technique take a hit. Just because the move is super effective doesn't mean it will actually connect. Alright, fair enough. Your Lapras took advantage of that in my game against Starmie's attacks. Yeah, that's true. And then boom, up jumps the Dodrio. Oh, it's fly. So high. Yeah, we're doing the fly attack. Alright, cool. We're doing fly. Have you ever wondered how Dodrio is able to use fly to transport people from town to town despite lacking wings? I have actually not ever wondered that because it's a flying type. It should fucking get me to point A to point B. It's because the answer is because of these powerful legs. It's because Dodrio can jump kick. Oh, it's jumping up and using... Well, wouldn't that be high jump kick, technically? Jump kick, boom. And jump kick connects, so it's gotta hurt. And no, didn't. Boom, dodged. In that case, I see you use a quarter of your max health to create a substitute. But you only just managed to avoid the attack. In that case, keep the assault going for as long as needed. And then jumped out into the... So we're gonna go for metronome. If we take too many more of those, they're going to get dicey. Clefgen, you know what to do. Gravity. And then boom. Gravity. As the name suggests, it has an incredible move that increases the gravity throughout the entire battlefield. With a single move, flying types and jumping attacks have been rendered unusable. So no fly, no high jump kick, no nothing. But I thought jump kick, once again, was not one of those. But whatever. What? Clefable can do that? That's amazing. Clefable's pre-evolution is a creature that has deep evolution with the moon. Just as the moon influenced the tide, there is evidence suggesting that Clefable will be able to harness that same power. There's certainly no greater counter to flying types than this, but such technique clearly requires intense concentration. But such a technique clearly requires intense concentration. In that case, I can imagine it can only be maintained for a short while. I'm guessing, but you were hoping to use this move not against the flightless Dodrio, but against a real flying Pokemon, right? No, you're way off the mark. She got me. Too bad. Even if you sealed off her ability to jump, the power of Dodrio's legs is more than enough to finish the job. Clefchan, get behind the tree, and bam, we have Drill Peck times 3. A simultaneous attack from all 3 heads. We won't be able to dodge it. Clefchan, create a substitute, and boom. Substitute again, it doesn't even matter if you dodge then. Now that you cut your half in half, we only need to wrap this up. You know? Cola isn't the only thing I like from Unova. I just really adore the moves from Pokestar Studios. And my favorite genre? Romance flicks. What the hell? Wait, no way. Is it Lovely Kiss or is it Attract? What's wrong, baby? That angry face doesn't see you. Jesus, this is weird. What? No way. What the? Are you seeing this, folks? An ability that activates through physical contact with the opposite sex and reduces their will to fight. I'll always love you. Cute Charm. Oh, using the ability Cute Charm. This is our secret technique. With the strategy, we can win on the fields of both love and war. And then Clef, boom. What? Turbo Rocket. Wake, Repesro up. Turbo and Rocket. Okay, so because of 3 heads, is that what we're doing? The whole 3 heads thing? Is that what we're doing? The undid Cute Charm. Is there a dissension in the ranks? Dodrio has blah 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 as each of Dodrio's 3 heads can think independently of the others. Respiro, Rocket, and Turbo. Even if you manage to seduce one of the heads, the other 2 can save her. I mean, fair enough, actually. We're playing the game, so let's go. That's some anime shit, but alright. Damn, Clefchan, use Moonblast. Not a chance. I won't let you use any more of your cheap tricks. And then boom, Thrash. Boom, 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 boom. Keep running. And then dodges, run. Here it is. Now Clefchan and Body Slam. He's using the increased gravity. Oh no, Dodrio. And then, it's to fate. The one embracing girls tonight isn't me. Isn't this beautiful moonlight? And then body slam into a moonblast. Staff, Moon Fairy, Clefable, the Triplet Birdies, Turbo. I love that they're doing the sponsor. Skylight, Indigo Plateau, Pokemon League. The director was blue. And boom, walking away. Dodrio is unable to battle. And great work, Clef-chan. You're a famous star now. I could have sworn I saw some text scrolling past right now. That's strange. I also heard music just now, too. I feel as though I saw something, some absurd moves, says Gold. And who looks a little older right now. What are your thoughts, Professor? Do you think this occurred due to Clefable attacking as Dodrio came into contact with him? Certainly Dodrio, who is still eating, does have excellent senses between all of his three heads. However, Clefable initially embraced them without any shred of hostility. I believe they allowed them to bypass their sensors. Perhaps you could even say that Blue has learned from her past and her fear of touching Pokemon. Out of the three of them, Blue may be the one that is going the most. Haha, Q-Charm is still active even though they've been knocked out. So adorable. Dodrio return. I don't know what they mean any harm, but this is so embarrassing. And then somebody, Lieutenant Surge, I guess, is looking on. Battles, Pokemon battles should be cooler than this. Wait, are you telling me that Lieutenant Surge, this is his disciple? Really? A flying type trainer? That would be just kind of dumb. Unless we got a really cool backstory to explain why. Anyways, I'll be right back, and then we will continue this chapter. So, no offense, guys, but I mean, not that it would be an offense, but I'm trying to turn on the heater for a moment to get my tootsies warm, so to speak. Just waiting for the heat to rise, because feeling a little chilly down here at 1:30 in the morning. Not gonna lie. Let's see. Band said 12.5 is just a big author's note. You can read or skip it, but you might as well read it. Band said that's the first time I've seen you have a hearty laugh like that. Glad you enjoyed it. Band said it's really good. It is very good. And Band said better than current One Piece. Damn, those are big words. I mean, realistically... Oh, shit. I missed the glass by a couple of millimeters there. But I didn't hit anything important. It's only my own fucking clothes. Which can be put into the laundry, so it's fine. Just give me a moment, folks. Oh, well, thankfully, I have tissues here, so it's all good. Clean up this shit. It's not a big deal. Okay. Now I'm surprisingly doing very well for... I had 12 rum and cokes, doubles. 12 double rum and cokes at the bar, and I feel like I'm doing quite well. Honestly, I thought I'd be a gibbering mess, like blah 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 blah. Like, oh, you know what? Another thing, a fucking Pokemon. I mean, a fucking Pokemon. Let me tell you about a little bit of Pokemon. You know, I thought I'd be a little bit like that kind of shit, but no, I'm more impressed with myself by not being that loaded. But I did miss my drink because I know I am drunk, 110%, no question. But I seem to be in a controlled drunk state that I did not expect of myself this evening. I expected, where I haven't partaken in hard alcohol for a long time, I expected myself to be a little more like that, you know. A little more Jack Sparrow-esque and less controlled self. So a little bit of spilled beer on the pant leg is not exactly, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, a band said better than current One Piece. Well, once again, alright, so let's just talk about that for a quick moment, because what I mean by better than current One Piece is that nobody was happy with Wano, alright? Nobody would, like, I was happy with Wano, but nobody I've talked to was happy with Wano. So, if you're not happy with Wano, and I'm not happy with Egghead, how can current One Piece be considered great? It can't. Right? So even if, let's say you're okay with Wano, how can you be happy? Well, like, this is my point. You say better than current One Piece, those are big words. I would argue they're not, because we're not in peak One Piece right now. One Piece right now, currently, like once again, I like Wano. So, but we're not in Wano. We're in Egghead. And Egghead is 6 out of 10 for me. So that's not a high bar. Realistically. Realistically, Egghead is not a high bar. Post Wano is what we're in. And post Wano is... alright. Not great, not bad, but it's alright. I would argue that this is better than alright. So I would argue that this is better than current One Piece. I just turned the heater on my feet and it feels amazing, by the way. Ben said, but I am glad that you're rated so high. I mean, realistically, I'm rating it highly, sure, but once again, I think my reasoning holds true, is that the Culling game from Jujutsu Kaisen is 7 out of 10. Right now, what's happening in One Piece is barely a 6. I would give it a 5, maybe even a 4. And everything else going on in Jump is... let's not even talk. So, this hitting the high notes, I would love to say that this is beating out them all at their best, but none of the Jump series are at their best right now. You know what I'm saying? So, Ben said some rated as a 6.5 out of 10 and others called it flat out trash. Well, whoever they are, they're fucking morons. So, and I don't want to be friends with them, nor do I want to talk to them, nor do I ever want to associate with such people that don't have any semblance of good taste whatsoever. How's that? I feel like I'm Family Guy, like, listen, Connie, I figured out why you're such a bitch. You developed early, and now you shit on other ugly people, but your stepdad doesn't even want you anymore, and you're such a fucking whore, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm hitting in the ballpark now, you know? I feel like Brian Griffin in that scene with Connie, you know? It's sort of like that with fucking people that don't understand. You know who it was, Ben. You know who it was. It was non-Gen 1ers. There was nobody born before 2005 made those statements. Nobody born before 2005 dislikes us. Everyone born post 2005 dislikes us. Because it's not their Pokemon. Guess what, bitch? We invented Pokemon. Get in the backseat and shut the fuck up like the child you are. Let's see. I know they don't mean me any harm, but this is so embarrassing. Battles. Pokemon battles should be cooler than this. And alright, Blue, your fighting style is pretty unique. Keep it up. And then Red. With burning passion, you synchronize your dreams with the feelings of your Pokemon. Is synchronize going to be used with Eevee or Espeon? Because they do have synchronize. That's what battling is to you. And killing off all emotion and dictating the fight with cold calculation. That's how Green views battles. What does it mean to me? To showcase the beauty and form of Pokemon that is beyond the reach in an ordinary life. Even though we might appear carefree and silly, we're not just here on a whim. We truly want to win. However, despite all that, to me, that battling really is all about is finding pleasure and understanding in the magnificence of Pokemon. It's going to be an uphill battle from here. She's just here for fan service. I'm assuming she's the favorite in the Unova core. I'm going to assume that. Because she's clearly going to lose to Blue. And if she doesn't lose to Blue, that's fucking stupid. But I can't afford to lose. To inherit my grandfather's gym and become a gym leader. That's my dream. Yeah, but you're not an OG, so you don't count. Amazing. Blue, you're not just unique. You've become incredibly powerful, too. I want to fight you in this league as well. Humph. Pathetic. Green is looking on with his evil eye. Every last one of them. Alright. And now we're moving on to 14.1. Which, once again, this is the last part of it, guys. We're going to have to wait for chapter 15. 14.1 and 14.2 is the last of the bit. And Band is going to have to tell me when we're back in action, because I'm going to be reacting to the series for a long time to come. I'm not going to miss out on a single one of these. Telling you. Oh, these aren't Firo. They're the Unova, whatchamacallit. I forget what they're called. The ducklet evolutions. They're beautiful. I wonder if one day you'll be like that ducklet. Scala, what's got you into such a hurry? Let's see. Surge. The preliminary match, it was so all out. It was like a kamikaze attack. Rushing is never the solution. I understand you're doing this to become a gym leader, but this isn't you. You lost your smile. Oh, I'm curious. What's Surge's and her relationship? Right now, I don't have the luxury to fight like usual. Furthermore, the Pokemon League is a battlefield. I don't see the problem in overpowering my opponent with strength and aerial superiority. Is that where she got her thing? But wasn't Winnoa the one with the aerial superiority thing back in Ruby and Sapphire? So why is she the one? There's nothing wrong with that. And I do get where you're coming from calling it a battlefield. But take it from me, who is the only literal veteran. A Pokemon battle isn't anything like a real battlefield. Plus, if you're aiming to be a gym leader, there's something you can't forget. What's that? To have fun. I didn't understand those words. So Surge realizes that being a gym leader is more about sport competitions. Like there's a difference between fighting in war and fighting in the UFC. This is the UFC. He fought the war. He fought World War One. This is, yeah. I actually like that idea. I like the distinction that Surge is trying to implement. And I hope the Pokemon War is brought up, though. I hope it's brought up that some of the gym leaders like Blaine and Surge fought in war. Giovanni might have been a disgraced veteran who went too far, sort of idea. Chapter 14, Under the Sky. Cut it off. Stone Edge. Oh, okay. We're using the fossil types. Clefcon, that was brutal. Skyla's second Pokemon is Arcleolops. I've never known how to say that Pokemon's name. The fossil flying type. Not Aerodactyl. The distance and defeated Clefable in the blink of an eye. I've done all I can to leave the rest to you, Master. Okay. Good job. Bloody Clefable, you're so good there. And Clefable is unable to battle. That was awesome, Clefable. Clef-chan. When you win, you're happy. And if you win while looking cool, that's even better. But it's embarrassing to lose. It hurts. What I want right now is actual results. I want to win. Isn't that the case for anyone? And then boom. I don't understand her at all because she is smiling while losing. Beep. And Surge and Green and Red and Misty. But Surge is looking on. He knows. Green is being a dick. And here we go. It appears that the effects of Clefable's gravity has finally faded. Flying type Pokemon are once again able to fly. And the flying Pokemon before us is quite a rare sight at that. This is Pokemon from the bygone era resurrected with the help of a prehistoric fossil. Arcleolops. I don't know how to fucking say this Pokemon's name. The first bird Pokemon. Wasn't that Aerodactyl, by the way? Just saying. Not trying to shit on other generations, but Aerodactyl was the first fossil flying Pokemon. Just saying. It's the ancestor of bird Pokemon and is said to run at speeds comparable to that of a modern automobile. And then throwing out Almastar. Interesting. Fossil versus fossil type. Let's go. The Pokemon Blue will send out is Amkania Omachan has sent out an ancient Pokemon, Almastar. Hee hee. The credits have rolled on our romance film. So they're trying to do that film thing from the Diamond and Pearl from the 4th gen or 5th gen thing. We have the Clash of the Titans. Oh, Jesus. Really? That's what we're doing here? I mean, realistically, the water type advantage is nice. So next up, let's see a monster movie. This isn't a Pokemon Studios, Pokestar Studios. Whoa! This is red. What the hell? Pikachu slamming him in the face. I just felt like I was in the presence of there from Force of Nature, huh? Fossil Pokemon all have rock-like properties. This time that'll hit the weak spot. Fire away, Almachan. High defense almost starts to deal with high attack Arcroplos then. I just sent out a Pokemon with a rock water typing against my own rock flying type, which once again water would be super effective. She may appear as she's messing around, but she's chosen well. Water pulse, boom boom boom. This is irrelevant. If you can't touch us, and boom 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 dodges. So fast, flying types can fully utilize the field from a 3D perspective. That fact alone gives them an advantage. An earthquake, boom, against a rock type, which is Omastar, of course, and we'll do a lot. What is he gonna evolve to my cargo? Amazing, from the sky to the ground in an instant. It's a close range earthquake. It's super effective, and the shell cracks. And Arclops is still in hot pursuit. Omachan finished at Arclops, and then boom, a vine comes up, and what? It's terrifying. It's adorable, says Misty. We used Shell Smash. It lowers Omastar's defense, but in return, her speed and attack receive a massive Shell Smash. Oh shit, that's actually fan-fucking-tastic. Shell Smash at that range, and then let's go Hydro Pump. Boom. Down. That's 2-1. As far back as I can remember, I have been surrounded by the cheers of the people. Let's see. The townsfolk would all gather at the Mistralian gym, and the gym leader everyone was watching was my grandfather, who had a bravery. Bravery's so cool. When the Gym 5, just so we're clear, just a little bit of history about me. When Gym 5 was announced, Gen 5 was announced, long before the games even came out, we had our sprites, we had our, and before we even had type moves and all that shit, I had already decided on my team. And honestly, Bravery was on that team. I assumed that Bravery was our new Pidgeotto, So when we made our teams, I mean, we all picked our starter, of course. But I had Bravery here, and I had the Buffalo. I had the Tauros, obvious Tauros evolution, and I had our Polar Bear, and I had a lot of Pokemon that realistically were not great Pokemon, and you couldn't get them until the 7th gym of the game. And it was very frustrating to know that I had picked all Dragonites, but not even good Dragonites. Not even Pokemon that were supposedly gonna be good. And it was very frustrating to go through a game knowing that all the Pokemon that I had chosen were gonna be either mid-tier at best by the time you got them, or you would have to spend 3 days training out just to make them viable. ironic because I thought that the 4th gen was the worst gen. 5th gen is the best gen, is one of the greatest gens, but unfortunately, as a result of 5th gen's root calibration, it's one of the worst. 4th gen is the worst for being, well, just bad in general. But 5th has an abundance of great Pokemon, but does not allow it to utilize the great Pokemon. It should have been offering their Pokemon way sooner, you know? So, and X and Y fixes. X and Y is a fantastic. I think X and Y brought it back. I think 6th generation fixed everything from 4 and 5, and X and Y are perfect Pokemon games. They're absolutely great. So let's see. Anyways, that being said, let's continue this 14.1 chapter. He was everything I aspired to be. I don't think we know anything about this guy. However, close. Let me guess, he died. Granddad. His lifelong partner, Bravery, passed away. Hence the bell. Everyone is waiting for you. And grandfather closed the gym. That very same gym that he had built after he was injured in the war. The war that Surge was a part of. Let's go. Let's talk about... I want the war brought up. They're talking about the war. We know we have Surge. We know about the war. Let's go. Let's talk about it. I want the idea of the war to be that Red's and Green's parents fought in the war. They lost their lives. I want it there. The same gym that he had built after he was injured in the war, to bring smiles to both people and Pokemon alike. See, here's the problem, is that I always liked the idea that they fought against, it was the guys across the coast, to make it, you know, Unova and Kalos and them versus Japan and, you know, like Kanto and Johto and all them versus the others. Now, unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the case, so I don't know how they're going to do the Pokemon War. I've been starting to feel my age for a while. It was the right time. And then, Skyla! And she jumped. And then, boom. Everyone that came to the gym always had so much fun. Now it's my turn. And then boom. Oh, we have the baby and we have the evolved form, the swan. I'll become the gym leader in your place. I'll bring the Mistronian gym that everyone loves so much. Cool. I mean, that's, you know what? You can't deny it. That's fair. That's a nice backstory, but still, I give it to Blue. Why go to all the trouble of entering the Kanto League? I don't yet qualify for the gym leader examination. Even if only a moment sooner, I want some real results. Wait, so she's not a true gym leader yet, so she wants to enter trying to prove her worth by being in the top of the Indigo League. Starting the gym will be forgotten by everyone left behind. Before that happens, I'll make them remember the symbol of my grandfather's legacy. And then boom, acrobatics. Boom, which is a nice move. Oma-chan. Omastar is unable to battle. Our Club-Ups is the winner of this fossil showdown and now has 2 consecutive knockouts. 4 Get-Ups caught up in your strategy, but that won't work on me any longer. They who control the field win the battle. and I rule the skies. Alright. I thought there was a 14.2. Banned, is that the end of it? So tell me that's the end of it, motherfucker. I'm going to my DMs right now. I hope to fuck you sent me. Yeah, you did. Alright, you sent me some shit. Alright. Cool. Alright, because you told me there was a 14.2. Don't end on that fucking note, motherfucker. I will kill you. Chapter 14, Under the Sky, Part 2. Let's go. The sky belongs to me. Once again, listen. If I was... Once again, I think that N as a character, Unova has one of the greatest... One of the best storylines in Pokemon. And also has one of the greatest antagonists, or almost most like a protagonist while being an antagonist in the character of N. I think N is one of the most best characters introduced in the Pokemon game. But Nova is not that great. Nova's gyms suck. The gym leaders suck. The Elite Four sucks. The map sucks. It's not good. And the sprites and all the moving parts and it's one of the worst. Black and White and Black and White 2 are some of the worst Pokemon iterations of all time. X and Y were fantastic. Black and White were terrible, and I'm glad I skipped them. And then I went back and I played White. And I was like, alright. Alright. So we're almost done. We're almost done, and then we can get our ass out there and be finished with the idea of the Pokemon manga, and that will be the inclusion of everything, pretty much. Alright, so let's see. So looks like the old grandfather is watching with a bravery. Ironically, since or a Rufflet, since Bravery is dead. Interesting. Are we gonna do the Phoenix idea? And Surge is watching, and then get some rest. Oma-chan, good night. Oma-chan is out, and he went above and beyond his limits. Maybe she is also carrying some weight on her shoulders. And then boom. Misty and Red are watching. So is Green. What if I'm not the only one who's special? Everyone is living their own lives, and all that comes out in our battles. Yeah, she's questioning, what if I'm not the only main character? Fair enough, because in reality, everyone is the main character of their own life. Right? Like, I love the statement that not everyone can be a superhero because someone needs to stand on the sidelines and clap as they run by. Right? I've always loved that statement. But I also like the idea that just because everyone isn't a superhero doesn't mean you can't be one. You know what I mean? Like, she's under this impression that she's not a superhero, that she's not a wannabe the very best, that no one ever was, and I hope they bring up the lyrics in this manga. I really hope they do. They've done everything else, so why not bring up that? But at the end of the day, I feel like at the same time they really should acknowledge the fact that, and I think they are doing that right now, they're acknowledging the fact that, like, wait, everyone is living their own lives, and that comes out, but I might not be, might not be my story. Maybe it's not my time to win. But that's okay. You know? I like that. I like the idea, because were you to grow up in Michael Jordan's era as a basketball player, or if you grow up in Wayne Gretzky's era as a hockey player, you're never going to be number one, because Michael Jordan is there. Wayne Gretzky's here. There's no way for you to be number one. But you can be number two. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that it's okay, or for you to be happy with being number two. That's up to you to decide. But are you happy with being number two? You know? Is Mark Messier any less of one of the greatest hockey players of all time because he stood with Wayne Gretzky? I don't know. Ask him. But I still like to think that I would be happy just being able to fight alongside him. You know what I mean? Being able to fight with Wayne Gretzky. So maybe I'm making no sense today. And maybe I'm not going to make any sense tomorrow. But today, all I can tell you guys is, at the end of the day, not being someone special is something that every non-special person has ever said in their life. And for 99% of the people, unfortunately, it's never going to come true. I'm never going to win the lottery. I'm never going to be in that movie. I'm never going to be the next big thing. But the good thing about that is that you can always look back and say, hey, but that's okay. I don't need to be the next Brad Pitt. I don't need to be the next Whitney Houston. I don't need to be the next of A, B, C, X, Y, and Z. I can simply be me, and that's enough. So Blue here is contemplating all of that, thinking, I need to be as good as Red and Green. Well, maybe I don't, but at the same time, I still want to catch up to them, so it's difficult to not judge myself based on what they are. And you can understand that. Your friends from high school, your friends from college, they're going on to do A, B, and C, and you feel left behind if you don't do A, B, and C. And here we go. We have everyone is living their own lives. And that all comes out in our battles. I already knew that when you're actually competing at the league level, you really feel it. I was not ready. Looks like there is so much more for me to learn from this world. And she's smiling and says, if I stayed in the Palatine my whole life, I would never have gotten to experience the world. And Red is smiling. Green is, of course, his usual asshole self. He cannot face Espeon. Espeon needs to fucking jump on this bitch. And then that look. Here we go. Go Fee-chan. Oh, it's Espeon. Blue's final Pokemon is Espeon. A Psychic type. If that's the case, use Agility. Yeah. Oh, what the fuck is this noise? Use Stone Edge. Huh? And then jumps up. Boom. Was that Future Sight, I'm assuming? And then jumps up, dodges it. They've been grabbed. Oh no. Acrobatics. And then boom. Espeon dodges it. It's asleep. And then Psychic. Boom. Arctos is no longer able to fight. Espeon used the water left by Ammonite, you mean Amistar, to exploit Ecker whatever's weakness. Get some rest, Ecker or whatever. That was a sleeping inducing move, Yawn. Oh, that's what it was. It was Yawn. Okay. I was fooled by her elusive smile. A seemingly useless move being used for such an effective strategy. What the hell is wrong with you? You know, Misty, if you were the water from a pond or a lake, then Blue is the water from a fierce river or an ocean. She's crazy. Well, that's very poetic from someone as muscle-brained as yourself, Red. Shut up. Well, it's true. She has this aura that makes you want to try and catch her. But the more you try to catch her, the more she will slip away. Blue is, that girl, strong. And then there's Espeon. And there's that, I have no idea what that Pokemon is called. Let's see. Please. Swan. So it's a Swan type. Once again, Swan type Pokemon. Sky's last Pokemon was the water flying type Sawana. Here we go. Sawana. So this is the final battle between the two. It's Espeon versus using Yawn. Use Tailwind, use Yawn. And then Woe, Kia. A fierce wind is blown upon the field. The speed of the wind has made the Yawn was unable to activate. Okay, then use Psychic. And then Aqua Jet, which of course hits first, and bam. I've been in this position before. With this wind, you couldn't hit a tree or rock with Psychic. If you're trying to use Psychic directly on Swan. And then boom. Huh? Dumbass. Green is watching. No, this is the match. See, the reason that they're going to lose is because this is the match that Green is going to recognize Espeon's strength because he gave her up. That's the thing. Dumbass. Psychic requires you to know the location of the target. And it's hard to hit someone who's accelerating because of the tailwind. Psychic is indeed a strong move. It's not an invincible move. Bam. Keep going as usual, Swan. Continue moving into her blind spot and use her physical attacks to finish her off. Swan hit her and run with Aqua Jet. She had shown off the qualifying rounds. It's quite the deadly move. Fee-chan. Contrary to its gentle appearance, it's such a fierce attack, so strong. But what is it? This uncomfortable feeling. Surge is sensing it. Someone has been working pretty hard. An attitude that thrives off of achievement for the victory for the sake of its own. As a fellow trainer, there's no mistaking that. However, nice, reflect. If you time it properly, the attack won't be able to hit you. No, that's not easy timing. Get back. Go back into your wind. What are you doing? Counter-attack. Swan's back in the air. Time to accelerate at your maximum speed and decide this match in one more blow. In order to win, we have to move as fast as attack as possible. If you stall, you will just crash. You have to grasp it as fast as you can. My dream. It's true, while your atmosphere and the way you fight is different, Green and Skylar are very similar. Even though they are battling Pokemon, it feels like they are the trainers conscious in action this feeling. That's why. Let's show them, Fee. Let's show them how we do it. Stop now, Swan. I've increased their speed to the limit and how we convert that speed into power. Liquidation, I believe, is the attack. And then boom. Stab, boom. What? What on earth? Espeon jumped onto a fallen tree and pierced the wings. I never thought this is a way to deal with Swarwan speed. Espeon can read their opponent's movements through the air currents. Why did Blue let Espeon go to the sky where her opponent is at its strongest? She's gonna do it. She's really gonna do it. Since Espeon got hit by a close-up attack, they will get payback in the same way. Using payback? Really? I love it. We competed for a long time, so I know that Espeon hates to lose as much as Pikachu. Again, liquidation. Baby doll. What do you really attack? Oh my god, baby doll eyes. I will. No way. It's an aerial fight. Boom, 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 boom. Pika. That's. Wait. It's the same moves against Raticate. Pika, Green noticed it, Pikachu noticed it, and Red noticed it. Espeon doing the same thing. Reflect. When did this thing? Now, Fei-chan. Swift. Boom, 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 boom. Sven has been shot down. And you know what? This whole field belongs to me now. I'm at a loss for words. Espeon is just like how Green used to be. Swan. Taken down, she was countered. Why? I carried on the tradition. I used my flying type for mobility and decided to fight in a melee battle. The Mysterelia Gym. This is the strategy that has drawn us into us. We have to win. With its tradition, otherwise it's meaningless. And then the Swan gets up and angry. What is this? I think it's recovering using the moves Roostin. Wait. I thought we already called a victor. So it's using Roost. That's some bullshit, but alright. Moost and Aqua Ring. In close quarters, your feathers got damaged and you didn't like that, huh? Didn't like that. It's all about having fun, says Surge. Traditional style of warfare is fun for only Dodrio and Arclopolis. I just want to have fun then. What about Swanna? Traditional? No, not that. That's right, Swanna. First day since I met you. What we saw, what we longed for. It was much more free than that. Think I'm gonna give up? All this time I've been forcing you to fight in a way that wasn't right for you. I've just been looking beyond my dreams and not you. I'm sorry. One more time. Just give it one more chance. This time you're... Thank you. You idiot. What the hell are you staring at? You're too sweet, Blue. It's nice, but no. For Blue and Espeon, this is an important moment. We could finish this with one attack, of course. But I can understand the emotion Espeon is conveying to me. They are just the same as Fei-chan and I on that day. I really want to battle in my own style. Alright, so they could have ended the match, but they're not going to. Once again, I think Blue's going to win regardless. But she's fighting with honor. Which, respect. I was full of openness and that you waited for me, Blue. And this for you, Skylar. I've been recovering for her here too. Morning sun. Green watched and so was our canine. And here I just wanted to make sure. What is the meaning of a trainer? It's all about the feelings of the Pokemon. Our canine watching too. Thank you, Blue. This time let's give it our all. Yes. Water Pulse. Dazzling Gleam. After recovering together, the class becomes Western and Rise and Turn after them. Boom, boom, boom. A full spread. Their battle has returned to the sky once again. So fast. Both of them are even faster than they were before. It's not that the traditional style is bad. It's just that it doesn't fit the way Swanna would fight. The ability to move in 3 dimensions by using wind and long range attacks is much more to Swanna's strength. God damn. So we do have some shit going down. I believe in beauty and freedom. For Swanna's love for flight. Whenever there is a sky, let's give it back to them, Fei-chan. An eye for an eye. For a cross attack. Blue, you are cross attack. Huh. Yeah. You've always respected what a Pokemon wanted to do. That's why they are so alive. Because they were satisfied and you were having fun. The people that used to gather at my grandpa's gym, they weren't there just for the tactics and strategies. It's because it was so satisfying. And you were smiling. So vivid and alive. Being able to see that, it was a gift. Swanee, you can do it. Scala, let's go, Espeon, go. Hang in there, Blue. Those cheers. Thinking about it. They're so nostalgic. And I see. We were all watching under the sky. And I see. It is not enough to just have a winning attitude. It's about building a relationship between humans and Pokemon in order to bring out the best in each other, who teaches their potential through battle. Oh, is this the what's her name from the one that has the weird wires? You know, don't you, Skyla? That kind of a distance. Not yet. Let's fly, Swanna. They call it a gym leader. Boom. I can't break through. She's got a wide range of movement and I can't close the distance. Kara! That's right. Skyla and Swanna have changed now. People and Pokemon change. That was the first time I learned about it. Chased out of the herd, abused by humans, Pikachu the stray that hated the world that Pikachu has changed from when I met Red. I used to be called an airhead, but in my opinion that was more of a red thing. Outside of when he was battling with Green, he would just sit around. Like a lost child, like he was looking for something. Eyes that seemed too scared of the world. That's when Red changed when he met Pikachu. They bonded over their fears and they took their first steps forwards. You take one step and you move forward. That's how it's supposed to be. But step by step, no matter how difficult, even though there are people who change, they can still walk in the same direction. How miraculous is that? We are. I know it well. Skylasan and others have already taken their first steps. Pokemon and trainers can communicate and change. The miracle of taking one step. I've never been this happy in my entire life. No battle has ever made me so happy. Let it all out, Fee-chan. Time to get worked up. And then, boom. The direct translation is inspiring strength and heart. Using the work up is a play on abilities, blah, blah, blah. And then, boom, here we go. Whoa, full power. Every tree, even the huge trees there surrounding a cage like an earthquake. However, I told you, didn't I? I own the sky. What is this? If you leave the ground for even a moment, and in the sky, we are the ones in control. Sworn of strong winds have created a set of strong winds. Psyche has been undone, has been turned to a huge storm of all the trees. I have put every ounce of my training into close combat like this. Ironically, close combat, right? Even the storm made by Psychic, I have to use a powerful enough move to take control. This is Form's most powerful move. This is bad. Fee-chan's remaining psychic power won't be enough to take it back. It's no use, Fee-chan. We've got no choice but to accept it. Come on, Blue. It's time for our final battle. Hurricane. Whoa, that was a dangerous Espeon. It's okay. We just have to keep dodging it close. Huh. What the hell? That is... God damn. Holy shit. Like, god damn. And then Espeon takes it. I got it. The throw of a giant tree that could destroy a house. With this. Oh, do you think you won? Don't forget, all of my girls played their own part. She's still using Psychic. She used to send Trickle Force to break through the storm. Someone dodge it, and then reflect. Become the person you want to be. If you guys have forgotten that sentiment, we will play it out with that light. Quick attack. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, baby. Swan is down. Use your surroundings to jump on and don't allow them to counterattack. Like consecutive thunderbolts. Let me guess, this is something that Green taught her. That's his. It's Eradicate's. Arcanine and Green are pissed because Espeon used Eradicate's move. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Blue from Pallet Town is the winner. We did it. After a story aerial duel, this is finally settled. She used to be afraid to even touch a Pokemon. I never thought she would go so far to have a heart-to-heart with another Pokemon. You did well, Swellon. Yeah, we couldn't have some Unova no-name bitch be a part of this, honestly. This was basically just to... This was to supplement what's gonna happen, because in all honesty, nobody in the right mind thought that anybody post Gen 3 was actually gonna be a real contender. Did anybody think that anybody... Like, the only reason Cynthia isn't involved is because nobody wanted to see Cynthia lose, because there's too many fanboys over that fucking bitch with her Garchomp. That gothic slut with her Garchomp. Nobody wanted to see her lose, because she would lose. But nobody wanted to see her lose, so they didn't include her. They included Steven. They included this bitch, but they're never gonna include Cynthia. And the reason is because simply they know that they had to make the OGs win, because the OGs are gonna win, and they didn't want a bunch of Gen 4 wankers to fucking, wank off Gen 4. And when Cynthia lost to Green or Blue or Red or whoever, they were going to be like, Cynthia shouldn't have lost, blah, 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 blah. And it'd be like, go fucking wank off your fucking Cynthia love triangle. Go do that. You know? So, a lot of people weren't going to want to do that. So, they were smart. They were smart to not include Cynthia in the manga, because if they did, that's all that was going to happen. Because you make Cynthia win, Gen 1ers are pissed. You make Cynthia lose, Gen 4 wankers are pissed. You never win. So just take Cynthia out of the equation. It's not an issue. But once again, red and green are better trainers than Cynthia. That's just a fact. Alright, so let's see. The last part, which I feel like I need one more beer for, because I got like another 14 pages to read. Yeah. Alright, I'll be right back. And then we can officially finish this Pokemon manga, which is, once again, top 3 Pokemon media I've ever read. I feel like that's a fair statement. Just saying. Alright. So, we have the Innova chick, right? And she's doing her bitchy ass shit. She's saying, you did the balls. Swana. From now on, I'll work on becoming someone who brings out more of your charm. I hope to hear your cheers again and again. Well, I'm glad that the Innova bitch, who does not deserve to even be in this tournament, in my opinion, is here. That's fantastic. And boom, there we go. So, even though we did so much in our battle in the air and riding on the trees, in the end, you came out right with your whole body. You beat me. Thank you so much, Skyla, says Blue. You and your Swana were amazing too, huh? Swana's mood has... Thank you. It has gotten softer. Hey, Blue, is Clefable versus Dodrio was a romance, and Omstar versus Acredios was a monster movie? Well, then, what movie was Espion versus Swana? Well, the glittering, shining past. A past that clouds your mind. Oh, shit. Thinking about all the... some moments that we did see, some moments that we didn't see. Both of us had our own past to fight through, and that we got great new versions of ourselves. Like the wind of a lightning bolt. It's a moment that has passed by quickly, but is certainly a miracle nonetheless. So, coming of an age movie, I guess. What the heck, that's so embarrassing. I feel bad at a loss, but that is also youth, I guess. Espion and Swana notice each other. Thanks so much, Blue. I had the best time. So, Blue beat the one person from Unova, which, once again, I don't hate Unova. Like, a lot of people call me a Gen 1er. I'm not trying to be a Gen 1er, people. I just think that Gen 1 is better than all. Like, that's not being a Gen 1er. Gen 1er is not accepting new changes. I like X and Y. X and Y is better than black and white. I love Gen 6. Gen 6 was one of my favorite gens. I would put Gen 6 above 4 and 5. You know? Like, it's just, it's... When you're called a Gen 1er, it is assumed that the moment you're called a Gen 1er, that everybody will assume that you hate Gens 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And that is just not the case. Got more trainers coming. I'll be rooting for you. Keep it up. The great work. Yep. Both of these trainers showed up how freely space can be used and the various expressions of Pokemon. Big applause is deserved for both Surge and the gym leader Look On. And with that, Trainer Blue has advanced to the next round. Way to go, Blue, says Misty. You sure got a strong rival, Red. And then K. Winner. And then looking at... Oh, are they going to fight Green next? Blue versus Green. Green's going to beat Blue. But Green's going to be shaken. Oi. Palatown Blue. Palatown Green. Palatown Red. Don't go having fun without me! Round 1 complete. So the trainer note is, hi, I noticed that Comic Einstein Scans hasn't done any translations for a while, so I figured what I'd do this chapter in case. A friend also wanted to translate it. Perhaps another group is working on it. And so, a one-man party. Hope you enjoyed the chapter. Feel free to email me at xxx whatever. So, I think we caught up. Took another 4-hour stream, but I think we're done. Let's check the chat. Ban said I sent the final chapter updated in DMs. Alright. You said the final chapter. It's clearly not the final chapter, though. Which is good. Good. I'm just upset that I'm reading this shit and now I have to wait. Because clearly this level of quality takes... what? We see a chapter per year. If we're lucky. Different website. Alright. Ban said, also now that you've caught up, you should watch the 1 minute MMV. It hits really hard seeing the movie and knowing the context. Also, it's fan made so you can watch it on stream. Alright. Cool. Alright, let's let's jump over to reaction style. Hold on a sec. Boom, no. Boom, no. Boom, no. Boom, no. There we go. Okay, and window capture mode. Yeah, but I should be able to... Well, nothing that is necessarily working out. Let's go to stream. Let's just jump back into... I have no real way of watching it. Well, alright. Let's add a Windows capture right here. How about we do that? Okay. And then let's there we go. Why don't we try to... I'm not saying it's gonna be perfect, guys, but I'm gonna try my best here. So, some MMV from band. Let's see. He said, also now that you caught up, you should watch the 1 minute MMV. It hits really hard seeing the move and knowing the context. Also, it's fan made so you can watch it on stream. It's on DMs like most things. Alright, so let's really jump into the DMs really quick. And let's try to find it. DMs. Scrolling. Okay, here we go. Alright. So let's check the. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's watch it. Okay, so what I want to say about that is let's just get rid of Windows Capture from. All right, so I don't like it. I mean, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. The music did not sync up with the video whatsoever, in my opinion, though. I love the fact of the moving pictures of animation that I already loved, like the art style that I already loved. It did not. It did not hit me that way because what it did was showcase that, hey, we have a great project, and how about you come and ruin it, people? Like, it's a showcase, it's a number, it's something to bring to other people to ruin. I don't know. Like, to me, that anime video was simply a way of showing, like, I love the moving images, I loved everything about it, and I would watch / read a webcomic based in this format. I would 100% be behind that. But it realistically, the sound did not match up with the images, so the music did not hit. The music was good, but it didn't hit the notes, and we had these weird, like, boom 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 from the manga, and I was like, it didn't match up, it didn't sync up. So it was a poorly made MMV. Let's be real, it was a poorly made AMV. But other than that, I was very excited and happy to see the moving panels. So I feel like with the right timing and the right song and editor, it could be better. That's just me. And in general, yeah, waiting for chapter 15 like crazy. So that's just me. So that's that. Yeah. So let's check the chat really quick, and then we'll talk if we have to. So, Band says some rated at 6.5 out of 10, and we already talked about that. It's the final chapter, different website. Band said also now that you've caught up, you should watch the 1 minute MMV. It's really hard seeing them move and knowing the context. Fair enough. Band said it's in DMs like most things. Band said I viewed it as more as a passion project for fans like us. Fair enough. Band said no idea when chapter 15 will come out, but I do stay updated by following the artist on Twitter. Okay. Well, I tell you what I'm gonna do. For the next little bit, I'm gonna jump into my own chat. And Band, if you want to jump in, feel free to do so, and then we can talk about this. But overall, this has been a fantastic journey. So I'll be here in the podcast role for anybody who is interested. And if not, it's all good. I can talk to myself for another 10 minutes. And I'll end the stream. But if not, if we find some people, artist, cryptic, band, fuse, anybody who is intriguingly interested with Pokemon as I am.
Yo.
Oh, there's a man that I have been longing to hear his voice. How is Bandmarsh?
Well, I could be better. I've been a bit sick recently, so sorry about that.
Oh, do you need to go to sleep, my man? Because if you need sleep, go right
Oh,
ahead.
no. It's fine, it's fine. I can stay up for like a good maybe 10, 15 minutes before I really need to pass out. But I'm glad you enjoyed it, man. Like, I'm really glad you enjoyed Festival of Champions.
Oh, no, dude, I need to tell you right now. Like, this was, like, I really enjoy, I enjoy your comics, like African Kids and Miscellaneous and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
I do believe that this is the greatest thing you have ever given me.
I 100% agree with that. I don't even blame you for thinking that. It's just you said it best yourself. This is a comic that's only it's less than 15 chapters, yet it was capable of making both of us cry. Like you can argue nostalgia and all that, but at the end of the day, all it took this artist author was 15 chapters to bring tears to our eyes, and that's very impressive writing in my opinion.
Exactly. I agree exactly what you said. It's like if you can make, and I'm not arguing that it takes, like, you don't need to make a manga where you need to make someone cry in 50 chapters. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that I'm very impressed by a manga that can do that. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah, one thing I'll also say I'm very impressed by was the artist and author's ability to make something as simple as just eradicate, green switched it out and turn it into an entire arc backstory that was really good. Like
Yes.
like
It's a
you
it's
because
a
the way
theory. It's a fan theory. And
because
they made it the most emotional thing you could think of. It's great.
like because we got to be honest here. Even though the whole theory about Raticate has gone around, no one has really ever cried over Green's Raticate. We just said, "Oh damn, well that happened."
Right.
But this also was able to actually make me feel, sad. Like there was that one panel, that one page, pardon me, and you paused at it where Pikachu was crying and Red was like, "I wish we would have battled that Raticate many, many more times." And
Yeah.
that page actually made me cry when I read it
Yeah.
because it was just so good.
I mean, you know very well. Like I told you, fuck you about 11 times when we had the Cubone thing, and then we had the after that we had the Raticate thing, and then now in this last stream, of course, as you know, we completed the trifecta, completing the Raticate story, and it was just like, as you said, that panel, and that's why I said, if you recall, I said, we're not moving away from this panel, because moving away from this panel means you admit defeat, meaning you do not want to cry. And it's not unmanly to cry, my friends. So you know what I mean? Like it's one of those things where you have to watch it, look at it, acknowledge it. You have to accept it. If crying is what you want to do, cry. If you want to lash out, lash out. But you need to do it, because that's the point of the panel. You know what I mean? Like, Ben, if you were to draw a panel, right? If you were to draw a panel in Miscellaneous, and your job was to make us go, fuck yeah, Super Saiyan 3, let's go! But none of us went, Super Saiyan 3, let's go! You would feel like, I was doing that, and nobody did that. You know?
Yeah.
Like, you would feel, as a mangaka, you'd be like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? So when your job is to make people either feel hype, sad, angry, regardless the emotion, I feel like it's the mangaka's job to fucking say, hey, you're gonna feel this if you look at this long enough.
Right. And this manga artist did that 100% to the best of their ability, as far as I'm concerned.
I agree. 100.
Because wow, there were a lot of like it. I don't want to just I don't want to play the game of, oh, it's nostalgia, but no, because this was original stuff. You can't even say nostalgia because this is original content. There was never an official story behind Green taking on Team Rocket and that causing Raticate's death. No. There was never an original story about Eevee getting depressed and like having all. No, that was never. That's all original content. So you can't even argue, oh, it's just your nostalgia talk. No, this author knew what they were doing. They really did a good job.
Yeah, exactly. Like, for every fan theory and everything that was taken from, as you said, like, normal storytelling that we've all accepted for a long time, there was also added things that we the fan base have never known, and they just go with it, and we accept it as fans, and it's like, oh shit, yeah, I do see how that would have happened, like they take a theory, they add 3 more steps, and we accept those 3 more steps because like the theory was so plausible to us for 20 years. It's like they already have the building blocks. The building blocks are there. They're just expanding upon them.
Right. And emotions aside, like not to completely change the topic, but while they did an amazing job with the emotions, I personally believe they did an amazing job with the battles as well. They really now obviously there were a few wonky moments here and there, but overall, the battles were very nice in my opinion.
You mean in the sense of choreography? That's
Yeah, choreography, just the way it all played out, from using certain moves and doing it. Like, for example, in the last battle we just saw with Green versus, pardon me, Blue versus the Unova girl, when Espeon yawns, it was like when I read it for the first time, I didn't really think anything about it until the Pokemon was actually asleep, and I was like, oh wait, that was Yawn. And then you know what I mean?
yeah.
Or
I thought the same
when
thing. And you know what?
during
But I
yeah,
find that exciting. I find it exciting trying to guess what move and how they're gonna use it. How they're gonna
right,
explain. Oh wait, that was Future Sight. That was Yawn. That was
right,
Dark
really
Pulse.
cool.
Right.
Now I do have to ask the question. We've only seen so many fights, but out of curiosity, what has been your favorite fight so far in the series?
Oh, I would say Houndoom versus Arcanine, or before that, Houndoom versus Rhydon, or what have you.
You know what? Yeah, that's my personal favorite too. That fight was really, really good.
It was just so, like, I did not like, and I will admit, and I admitted in the stream, I did not like the idea that Future Sight had two attacks.
Yeah, that's
That was
fair.
kind of bullshit. But I did like the fight overall. I thought that was really good. And I also, my second favorite fight is the fact that when we fought against Sandslash and it was like, hey, water doesn't work against this bitch. I was like, oh shit, it's Ajax. Oh shit. And I was like, yeah, this
Yeah,
Sandshrew was trained not to fucking have effective against water. He trained against water. So I was like, yeah, fuck water, fuck super effective. Let's go.
right.
I was really happy in that initial fight. Those are probably my two favorite fights. I like the OG callback to Ajax and his fucking Sandshrew that could resist water, but I also like the fact that like in the Karen fight, it was like, all right, the Karen fights are clearly better than like Red versus Misty was a great fight. Like, um, that was a very good fight and stuff. But I think that I really enjoyed Karen versus Green the most.
Right. Yeah, that was actually that's my personal favorite fight. Like just the fight overall was really good. And even though the ending, most would have probably preferred Karen to win, I I like the way it ended, whereas the crowd started appreciating dark types a little bit more. Even though, maybe the whole world at that point in time didn't accept dark types, a few more people accepted them.
Yeah,
That was cool.
and we have that, and I talked about that in this stream, like the idea of dark types basically being treated and like here's the problem. Like I as a blue-eyed white dude is very it's very difficult for me to talk about, you know, this type of subject, right?
Right.
But I brought up the fact that it was like, well, all right, you have dark types who are and always representative as evil. But I'm like, well, wait a minute now. At one point, every group of people was considered evil by some other group. So let's just try to come to some understanding. You know what I mean? I said Salem witch trials, and I brought up a lot of things in the stream, but at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, I get you. Like the dark type thing. You know what I really liked about the dark type thing wasn't
Well,
the what wasn't the dark type trying to change the world thing, and it wasn't that Green told Karen like you can't change the world, but the fact that Green's full of shit because Agatha already did it.
True.
She did
That's
it.
true. They
She
mentioned
did
it.
it with ghost types. She did it 40 years before these kids were even born. And
Right.
Agatha changed the world and said, "Hey, ghost types, or like if you want to apply it to real people, like black people, whatever correlation you want to use. But I'm just gonna use Pokemon, so I'm not in trouble. But um, but Agatha said ghost types are legitimate Pokemon types. Don't fear them. Don't blah blah blah. She made that a legitimate statement." And Karen's trying to do the same thing now, 20 years later, with dark types. And Green's telling her she can't do it, but Karen's like, hey, my master did it 20 years ago. Fuck off, brat.
Right. Literally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She literally, and it's told to us in this manga. Karen says she literally did. She got a doctorate and wrote papers on this shit. She literally is a doctor on Ghost Pokemon. That is told to us in this manga. We are told that Agatha is not only a doctor, but she's also the authority on Ghost Pokemon in this manga. And I'm supposed to believe some fucking 11-year-old?
There we go. And bringing it up, it does kind of make me wonder about the Pokemon world overall. The idea of like, yeah, at one point in time, let's be honest, people viewed ghost types as scary, evil, demonic, blah blah blah. But then Agatha showed that at the end of the day, they're just Pokemon.
Yeah.
It's just their typing. So it can't. It makes me kind of wonder if we've already gone through that path before. Why are people kind of like still doing the same thing with a new type, as if we haven't already gone through this with those types already?
Exactly. And I'm sure that Agatha was one of the ones petitioning for dark types. I'm sure she was there. But
Right.
she already fought for one type. I doubt that the government or whatever passes for the government in the Pokemon world is just going to take her word on
And I'm kind of bouncing a bit, but while we're still on the topic, I do want to say that what this comic really did well was really show how scary Team Rocket actually is.
it. Yes, they're
Because if
horrible
we
fucking people.
yeah, because at the end of the day, we grew up with Jesse, James, and Meowth, and we grew up with those goofballs and just blasting off away all the time. We seeing the actual Team Rocket Grunts killing the Marowak mom, it kind of made me realize, wow,
Yeah.
just like they really mean business. Like they're actually they're mobsters. They really are.
Yeah,
But we're just
we like to see the Godfather and the Goodfellas and all that shit, and we root for those guys. But at the end of the Donnie Brascos, but they're not good people.
right.
They are
Like
not nice people, and we are looking at it, and I really like the idea. Like you and I both agree that Giovanni in the Pokemon Adventures manga is a great villain, but also a good character. You
right.
know, but in this manga, fuck that asshole.
Literally, like
He
it's
is running an organization like that literally killed Pokemon for their Slowpoke tails, for their fucking Marowak heads and all this shit. Like,
right. Like it's one of
dude.
those things where when you look at it as a whole, you're like, oh, Team Rocket, they did bad things, they're bad guys. But when you focus in on like a single Pokemon that was affected, like the Cubo that was directly affected by Team Rocket's behavior, it
Mm-hmm.
hits a bit different because you really see how that Cubone's life changed due to losing its mother. And that didn't need to happen. It could have
Yeah.
just had a more
And
wonderful
and
life, but
and we also
Team.
saw how it affected because you could see the same thing. Not that it was rockets necessarily that happened, but the Pikachu backstory with Red.
Mm,
You
true.
see a trainer who did not, and we, once again, you and I grew up with the whole Charmander thing, right? Like the
Right.
flame goes out and blah 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 and all that stuff. That does not exist in the games, but we believed it in the anime because it was
Yeah.
told to us in the anime, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we followed that to the doctrine. And we would, like, you and I would fight that to the letter, like, do not let Charmander's Lane go out. Like, we would protect its flame. Because we believe that even if it's a lie, we would fucking protect that flame.
Right. Better safe than sorry, right?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, we would protect that fucking motherfucker's flame. And that's what some trainers didn't do, and some, like in the games and in the manga and in the anime, they did not do. And then so many stories and so many like lies were told to us as kids. But you know what? I'm not upset at the anime. I don't know about you, man, but I'm not upset at the anime for teaching me that. I'm not upset at them for saying, hey, protect this fucking kid. Protect this fucking animal.
I'm not upset either.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like, I'm not gonna be mad at an anime saying, hey, you see a damaged raccoon? Fucking, like, don't leave it alone. Help it. You know?
All right.
Yeah. Like be wary, but also try. You know,
All
because
right.
I would like, I don't know about you, man, but me personally, if I saw like a cat or a raccoon or something that was actually grievously injured, and I'm talking like a slash down its fucking like torso, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would try to help that thing to the best of my ability.
You know what? That's fair.
And I'm not going to think less of you if you wouldn't. But at the same time, if you would just walk away, I would think less of you. Like, I'm going to try to help the fucking thing. But at the very least, you have a cell phone. Everybody in the world at this point in age has an iPhone, something that connects to the internet. You have the option to call the local animal 1-800 number.
Right.
So do not convince me that you cannot call a 1-800 number. If you don't want to approach the animal, that's on you. That's fine. I'm not going to judge you. But to walk away from a suffering animal and not call the 1-800 number, you're a piece of shit.
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair.
Yeah.
Because you're right. Like at the end of the day, like you don't lose anything from helping out that animal. Like you give a few minutes of your time, just say, hey, this and that. If you don't want to touch it, just call someone, let them handle it, and they'll take it from there.
Exactly. You say, hey, I'm on the corner of A, B, C, and 1, 2, 3. And you
Right.
just say, hey, there's a cat. There's a feral cat. I see it's bleeding. I don't know what to do. I'm just letting you know.
Mm.
You know, that's better than you not doing anything at all.
This to kind of go back on the topic of Pokemon. I was talking about this. It kind of makes me realize that we're not like reading this comic. It kind of and looking at the old anime, the original Indigo League, it
Mm-hmm.
made me realize there are a lot of trainers that really don't respect Pokemon. Like
Oh,
they really view Pokemon as just tools because to me, like maybe it's because we don't have Pokemon in our world, but I say to myself, how could you abandon a Charmander or attack your own Pikachu? Like,
yeah.
why?
Yeah, no. No, I know. But, band, think about it right now. And I'm not judging you or me or anybody. But tell me right now, your 20 of your best friends, tell me they wouldn't abuse Pokemon. They absolutely would.
I don't. The thing is, I don't know. I don't think they would because it's kind of
But
like if we're
all right, I'll rephrase the question. They would not treat a Pokemon to your standards.
okay. Maybe that's true because I could definitely see
Nah.
some
I'm
people
not
being a
saying they
bit.
would abuse. They wouldn't abandon like the Charmander episode, but
But they would. Yeah, they would. I could see some of them going the green route of being a bit too harsh
right, like
because the, with
we have friends. For example, I'll give you an example. Uh, there's a dog that I personally don't like. There's certain breeds of dogs, and I'm just like, fuck off, get away from me. You know, I love animals, but I'm like certain dogs. I'm like, nah, not my thing. But they got this dog a shock collar. And in my opinion, I really want to, every time they use that shock, and I went up to this certain friend who's my brother's friend, so it's like, it's not my friend sort of idea, right? And I went up to him and I said, do not use that shock collar around me because I will punch you in the face. I don't believe in shock collars. Train your fucking dog properly. Shock collars is the easy way out. Do not shock that dog in front of me. I will punch you out. I don't care how big you are. I will fucking knock you out.
you know what? That's fair.
And
Fair.
I told him that. And so he has never used the shock collar. Though he has a shock collar on his dog, he has never used a shock collar around me. Because I was up front with him. I said, it's your dog. You can train him however you want. But I do not agree with the way you train your dog. And if you do that on my property, guess what? We're going to have a problem.
You know what? That's 100% fair. I 100% agree with that.
Exactly. So it's not our job, Ben, you and mine, it's not our job to tell people how to raise their pets. And in this regard, as we're talking about Pokemon can be referred to as pets in this regard. It's not our job to tell people how to raise their pets. However, you can also establish rules and boundaries, I feel.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. So if you're gonna say, well, I can't tell someone to do ABC, and I would argue, well, maybe I can. Like you can't, I can't tell you not to teach your Pikachu Thunderbolt, but at the same time, I can say, hey, if you beat your Pikachu, guess what? I can slap you in the fucking face.
You know what? Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah. I get that logic. It's kind of like raise your Pikachu how you want to, but don't abuse it.
Exactly. Like, if you, like, Ben, I like to think of you as a very cool cat. So, at the end of the day, if you and I are buds, right? And I have a dog or a cat, it doesn't matter. And you saw me literally abusing it, like beating it. Would you not find it acceptable for you to come up and smack me in the face?
As your buddy, I would have to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe not smack, but I'd probably throw you on the ground and say, "Hey, chill out."
Yeah,
Kind of like get you off the dog.
Yeah, like I would like to feel that because you and I are friends, I would like to think that I have the authority to say, Band, what the fuck are you doing to that fucking cat, you son of a bitch? You know?
Yeah.
I feel like I have the authority to be able to go over to you and go, you hit that cat one more time, I'm about to slap the fucking shit out of you.
You know what? You're right, because at the end of the day, sometimes someone just needs a little bit of sense knocked into them.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
just how it is.
And once again, since we're both men, we're not even getting to the gender thing, but
Literally.
since we're both men, we're totally in line to do that. But at the same time, I just like the idea that, listen, you know my stance on this. 3 people could die, and I'd be like, whatever. You hit a cat, I'm about to kill 3 people for that cat.
You know what? I don't even blame you.
I mean,
I
you
blame you.
designed Jerry. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Like, yeah, like me personally, no, excuse me. Me personally, I have a dog, and I care more about that dog's life than majority of the people in my neighborhood.
And I don't blame you for that. I understand that. That makes total sense to me. I love a cat that I don't even own more than most people in my life. So I fully understand where you come from with that, my man.
All right.
But anyways,
But
uh unless you have anything else to say, which I will let you say. I know you said that you only have 12, 15 minutes, and I've abused that by 30 minutes.
I don't
Um,
mind. I don't mind. Talking, I'm not gonna lie, talking kind of woke me up. So I'm the moment we hop off stream, I might crash. But right now, I'm decently awake. I've been drinking a bit of cold water. But overall, I'm just happy you really enjoyed this comic, and I'm really glad that there's actually a piece of Pokemon media out there that's a bit more mature. Because
yeah,
don't get me wrong, I love Indigo League. I love it all. But at the end of the day, they're not going to go into more mature topics the way they did in Champion of Festivals. They they won't touch that. So I like the idea of being able to talk about Pokemon that have passed away and like they would never like we have to be honest, Pokemon would never go into detail about a Pokemon like Eevee that had depression over its best friend dying. You know what I
yeah.
mean?
The Espeon thing is getting to me, man. I mean,
And
you saw it. It was this stream. I was crying my
like
eyes out. It was
and now
it
that
was
you
hard.
mention it, there was one scene. There was one scene that actually got me. I don't know if you remembered, but there was a scene when Blue was in Eevee's like dream world, and Eevee kept living in this fantasy of like imagining that it found the antidote on the ground and gave it to Green, and Green was like, "Oh, Eradicate, you're poisoned."
Yeah,
Then they
no,
help
I
like
was there, man.
that,
I was close.
like
I
that
was
scene hits so hard for me because I'm just like Evie has been living in this world of I wish I did that. Oh, I could have done that. Maybe if I looked around a bit harder, this would have happened. Like Evie was just living in this I should have, would have fantasy.
yeah.
Just wishing that Eradicate would have survived, and it was so sad to me because like that Evie was actually that was genuine depression.
Dude. I don't know if you've ever suffered this. I'm sure you've had grandparents die and all that shit. But I'm telling you right now, I'm doing that very thing. I've been doing that same thing since I was 19 fucking years old, and
Yeah,
I've always once in one like you know what I'm saying, like in the darkness when no there's no cameras, there's no YouTube, there's no and you're just 2 in the morning in your bedroom, in bed, you know, shoulda woulda as you said it, shoulda woulda coulda. You think about it.
mhm,
Like, what if I had told her, or what if I had told him, hey, go to the doctor, go do this,
mm,
go to that scan, go check yourself into the hospital. Maybe we would have had more years. You know what I mean?
mm.
You
So
blame yourself every fucking day, and at the end of the day, it's not your fault, but it doesn't make it any easier. You know what I'm saying?
right. That's one thing that really just hit. Like at the end of the day, it's not like it wasn't Espeon's fault or it wasn't Arcanine's fault. It just at the end of the day, no. It didn't. If we want to blame anyone, it was Team Rocket's fault. That's the best way to look.
Exactly. And Green blames himself the most.
Right.
That's the hard part. He blames himself. He blames himself for Raticate's death, and he is refusing to accept that. Well, no,
Literally,
he accepts it in total and refuses to accept that it wasn't his fault.
right. That's the thing. In the case of Green, he has given, like Karen said it best. He put this curse upon himself where, in his mind, he's like, "It's all my fault. It's my fault." And like it's, I remember him saying he regretted letting pardon me, he regretted letting Raticate out of its Pokeball because
Yes.
in his mind, he let Raticate save these captured Pokemon on a whim. And because it was a whim, in his mind, he's like, if I just kept walking, going about my business, if I just didn't stop, it would have all
He
been
hates
okay.
Red now because he did what Red would have done.
Because, yeah,
And he
exactly.
thinks that by being Red, he fucked up.
Right. Doing what Red would do, and then, like.
And now he hates Red and he wants all the anger and he's going to unleash it on Red because he did what Red would have done. And Red, in his mind, because he did what Red would have done, it's Red's fault Raticate is dead.
Right, like it's all these like mental gymnastics to like pin the blame on someone, just finding a
Because
way to
he
point a
doesn't
finger.
want to just lay down and cry. Which
Right,
he needs
yeah,
to
he's trying to be
do.
tough.
Like, would you not argue with me? Like, would you not argue the fact that Red or Green needs to literally just lay down and cry? That's what he
He
needs to do.
does. He lost he lost someone very important to him, and he instead of like just he hadn't mourned. He didn't mourn. In
Right.
his mind, he was just like, I need to just keep working hard. He didn't take time to mourn or anything. He just kept doing what he had to do. And the thing is, everyone else has mourned except him.
Yeah.
Pikachu mourned, Red has mourned, Blue has mourned, and Eevee has mourned.
Arcanine hasn't mourned.
Arcanine hasn't mourned. And to make matters worse, he even told Arcanine that Raticate was a worthless Pokemon. Like, you gotta look at it from Arcanine's point of view. Raticate is the reason that Arcanine is alive today. So being
Yes.
told that Raticate is a worthless Pokemon to never use the move that you made in honor of him,
Yeah.
like
And
at the end of the
now
day,
he's not
Arcanine,
allowed to use it.
like he at the end of the day, Arcanine has to follow orders, but Arcanine must definitely be
And
feeling uncomfortable
Espeon.
with the whole
And poor
situation.
Espeon.
Yeah,
Like
like I,
you gotta think of the emotional turmoil on Arcanine and Espeon at this junction. Like
right.
Green, I understand the turmoil and the suffering he's gone through. I get it, but he's still a piece of shit.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those things where like you can't. At the end of the day, you can't really excuse the behavior of certain things
Yeah.
because
Like
just
like
because
like
he.
with Ben, if I right now on stream
Mhm.
or in VC, if I say, "Band, you fucking piece of shit, you fucking this, you fucking bastard, you fucking," and I call you every name in the book, okay? And
Mhm.
then tomorrow, I tell you, listen, Ben, I'm sorry, I was drunk, I was upset, blah, blah, blah. It's no excuse, but I hope you accept my apology, blah, blah, blah. If I come to you with remorse, it's fine. Like, you might accept it, you might not, depending on the
Right.
situation. But if I lash out at you, and then I apologize the next day, that's something. But Green hasn't apologized. He's been a shit stain, and then he's being more of a shit stain while everyone's trying to help him. You know what I'm saying?
He keeps pushing everyone away.
Yes,
Like,
exactly. And we understand, like you and I know, he's hurting. And I get that he's hurting. I get it. Like you get it, right?
hmm
He does not want to ever touch Espeon because he knows he can't. The moment he touches Espeon, that man breaks down.
right.
We know that. We know the moment he has one finger on Espeon, that man cries his fucking eyes out for a day. We understand why.
He needs to.
But exactly, he needs to. We know he won't, but we know he needs to. So we sympathize with him as a character, but at the same time, we also hate his fucking guts. It's like, would you fucking just get with Espeon?
And I'm hoping the match between blue and green will hopefully open his eyes a little bit more to make him realize that, hey, come on, man.
I feel like, here's how I feel like the match is going to go down. It's going to come down to Espeon versus Arcanine, right? Because that's classic. And he's going to say Arcanine attack, and Arcanine won't attack.
Okay, and that I'm not entirely sure, because Arcanine was ready to attack Espeon when Red and Green were ready to go into a fist fight.
Yeah, but I think Arcanine knew. Like, yeah. I'm putting, to be fair, I'm putting a lot of credence on Arcanine, but I don't think Arcanine is going to actually damage Espeon.
The thing is, it's one of those things where it's one of those things where I'm viewing it not as they understand they're friends. Espeon and Arcanine are friends, but at the end of the day, Arcanine knows that this isn't a rival battle. No, this is the Indigo Plateau. There's no room for mistakes.
Yeah, but Arcanine also knows that this is more about saving Green's soul than the Indigo Plateau.
Oh.
You gotta think about that, my man. You gotta think about the fact that Arcanine cares more about Green than about winning.
You know what? That is fair.
And he knows that the only way to win that is to have... Because, can you convince me... Like, I don't think anybody can convince me that any Pokemon can snuff out Espeon without Green caring. That ain't gonna happen.
Fair enough.
So, in my opinion, I think that it's gonna be Arcanine is gonna have Espeon on the ropes, and it's gonna be Arcanine, stop! Right before winning attack. I think he's gonna have the W, and he's not gonna be able to do it.
Yeah, I can actually see a little bit of that.
I mean, think about it. He could not. Remember, he could not actually touch her.
He could. Yeah, he actually couldn't.
Yeah, because you know, and I know, had he touched her, he would have broken down.
That's fair.
He would have grabbed her. He would have hugged her. He would have said, "I'm sorry." He would have done everything.
And now that you mention that, it does remind me of the little flashback. When Blue was in Eevee's memories, one flashback I also remember was that Green. I don't want to say that was his time mourning, but I kind of want to say that might have been his time, kind of just self-reflecting, because there was a point in time when all his other Pokemon were training, but Eevee was just laying down crying, and it went from night to morning, and it was just Green sitting in the same spot, and he was like, "Eevee, leave the party," and he said, "I'm sorry." So that kind of shows me that he still feels a certain type of way towards Eevee and Espeon. But
there's no doubt. I don't think there's a doubt in your mind. There's no doubt in my mind that he does not love Eevee.
Yeah, or well, Espeon now, but yeah.
Well, yeah, Espeon. Yeah, he does not. He is totally in love, and he's trying to close off. He's trying to use what now in like TMs and stuff. He's trying to use frustration. He's trying to go the opposite way.
And one thing that I'm also thinking about, I think is also a bit deep for his character is that his goal since he was a young child, since they were in Palatine, has always been, I want to be the strongest trainer. I want to be the champion, just like my grandfather.
Hmm.
And now it's just he's in that spot now, and it's kind of like this. I'll be honest, this might be the worst and best place for him to mourn because this is where he always wanted to be, and he was going to come here regardless, whether he had Raticate or not. But it just happens to be he doesn't have Raticate with him, and
Hmm.
like, do you get where I'm going with this?
No, I agree. 100%.
Like, it's kind of like he needs to. It's not like I feel like he doesn't just need to lose. He needs to like actually feel the loss. You don't want it to be a loss where he's just like, huh, if I tried a little bit harder, I would have won. There needs to be like a really good, even if you like, it needs to be similar to Karim's defeat, where he still felt frustration even after he won. Like that's how I
Yeah.
feel it needs. It needs to be like that, but tenfold when he fights Blue.
Yeah, no, he needs to really feel that. I think that Green, of course, in this particular battle, he needs to defeat Blue, but he needs to be shaken by it in some way. I feel like he needs to Espeon needs to do something critical. Something to shake
Right.
him.
Right.
Because I think that
And then,
Red needs to defeat him.
oh yeah, 100% right. Like it's kind of like because we all know the game and the lore. It's one of those things where even though the chapter hasn't released yet, we all know that by the end of it, Red's gonna be the one who comes out on top. Like everyone
Yeah,
knows it, but it's kind of like we're curious to see how that journey is gonna unfold
exactly.
because everyone knows, regardless of what you say, we all know that by the end of it, Red's gonna be green.
Yes, but you know what would be interesting if Green beat Red?
Now, if that did happen, I personally believe that I'm gonna be honest. If Green did beat Red, I feel like he would end. There would be no turning back for him because now in his mind he's like, because he's already been trying to convince himself. He's been falsely trying to convince himself that, oh, I don't need Pokemon emotions. All I need is power, power, power.
Mm-hmm.
And if he actually wins, in his mind, he'll be like, yeah, I was right. All those times he was falsely trying to convince himself, he'll actually begin to actually convince himself that this is what I really needed. I don't need to care about my Pokemon's emotions or mental health or physical health. I just need to make sure that they're powerful, doesn't matter. And winning the Pokemon League would really make him a poor trainer overall in the long run.
That's a fair point. And Ben, if you will stay here for half a minute, I'm
Hmm.
just gonna go take a leak, and then I will be right
Oh,
back to respond to that because I do have some thoughts on that, and I do agree with your point. I really need to take a leak.
oh, no problem, no problem.
Yeah. All right. I'll be right back.
Hmm.
Boom. Ben, you still there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, so what I wanted to talk to you about when in regards to Green as a character was um he's suffering as we both know. He's suffering completely, but like how much give are you going to give him? Like going forward, I guess is my question. Like how much like I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. I understand he's suffering. And I think we both understand why he's suffering, of course. But how much give are you going to give him before he goes too far?
You see, that's the thing. It's one of those cases where you could argue that it already has gone a bit too far already because, well,
Mm-hmm.
the idea of telling Arcanine that Raticate is a useless Pokemon,
Oh yeah,
training with,
that was a step too far.
yeah, that was a case of, all right, you've done too much. It goes to the point where you can understand that he's suffering to the point where like you just because you're suffering doesn't give you a pass to be an asshole, right? Like
Exactly. No, it does give you a pass to be an asshole, but once again, not to that extent.
fair, because like there's only so much that you can like. It's a weird situation to me because he. I'm pretty sure he's aware that he's suffering. He just doesn't want to get help. The two people
No,
that can
no,
help
no. Of
him,
course he doesn't want help him because what he wants basically this man wants to be what he wants is for Red to beat him. He wants to suffer. He wants to be told that he fucked up, that he did wrong. Because at the end of the day, there's nothing like I don't know it. I assume band you don't know it. I'm not gonna like, but it's sort of like see, it's reversed parentage. It's the
mm,
parent is just watching the loss of their child. That's not the way the world works. The way the world works is our parents have you and me, and our parents die, and we need to accept our parents' death. As hard as that is on you and me. But we're
right,
not supposed to watch our children die. That's not the natural order of things, right?
right,
So Green just watched his child die. He doesn't know how to deal with it. And he can't relate to anybody because nobody else saw that happen. Now, I like to believe that Agatha, Oak, or Lance has had that happen. And
mm,
at some point in the manga, one of them is going to go up to him and go, "You think you're the only one?" And then what I would like to see is he said like I what I want to see I don't know about you, but what I want to see in the manga is you know how he was standing there with Eradicate's grave, right?
right.
Well, how many other graves are there?
True. Look, there's so many graves
Exactly.
in one
So,
tower.
and how old is Agatha and Oak? So, I like to think that maybe Oak, as the grandfather, this would be poetic as the grandfather, or maybe Agatha goes up and says, "Hey, look, these you might have lost one, I've lost several," and just put it in perspective for Green that he's not the only one suffering with loss because Red can't relate. And that's fair.
Yeah.
Red cannot relate. Misty can't relate. Blue can't relate. They haven't lost a Pokemon yet. So what do you do? Like I would never assume to tell you like, Ben, let's assume you lost your mother. My mom and dad are still alive, right? But if you
Mm,
lost your mom tomorrow, I can't tell you, hey, band, I mean, grass is always greener, my man. You'd be like, shut the fuck up.
Right.
And that would be understandable for you to tell me to shut the fuck up. Because I don't know. I didn't lose my mom. You lost your mom. You know what I mean? So, it's, so I think in the manga, the best course of action they can do is have either Oak, Agatha, somebody. It doesn't need to be one of those. But you see where I'm going with that, right?
Yeah. That would be nice. That would be nice.
Yeah. Like, what do you think? Do you think we need a scene where Green is crying? Like, we need him to accept Raticate's death?
I mean, yeah, I do believe we do need a scene like that. Like, we need to. I feel like once we can get rid of this whole tough guy persona and just break that all away, I'll be honest, I feel like once he accepts Raticate, instead of like blaming himself and he just accepts it, Green could end up being one of the best trainers.
Yes,
He could
because he
really
is
be-
one of... Listen, you and I played the... Well, what was your first game? I forget.
Mine was Leaf Green. Mine was Leaf Green.
Leaf Green. But my first game was, of course, Yellow. But
Right.
I was there for the Blue Red, which came out at the same time in America. But at the end of the day, when we played Gold and Silver, seeing our rival be the ultimate gym leader was like,
Right.
hell, I accepted it. Like, I was like, oh, this man, of course he is. Because he's the champion. He's the best.
Yeah, like he's like one thing that I'm not gonna lie, I feel like we're overlooking is that at the end of the day, Green is still a kid. We're kind of like this is a kid really just sitting here and putting all that blame on himself. Like at the end of the day, Red's like, no, pardon me, Green is like what, 13?
Yeah.
And he has all that negative energy just eating at him, saying it's all my fault. I did this. I could have done that. I didn't do well. And like, there was one thing that Karen mentioned. She was like, at the end of their battle, she was like, you should listen to your Pokemon, or you will eventually lose, like, the ability to hear them talking to you at all. And that's something that I feel like they're gonna eventually go more into detail on.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, like, while Green is a bit harsh when it comes to training his Pokemon do love him, and they love Raticate as well. And regardless, I'm pretty sure his Pokemon want the best for him.
Yeah, of course they do. And that's the thing, as you pointed out, is that he is going 110% into this. But it's for the wrong reasons. And now his Pokemon are gonna do what they do, but at the same time, it's not gonna be what he wants. And it's gonna be, as you said, it's gonna be one of those things where it's like, yeah, no,
Like,
there's gonna be a moment, and I'm gonna love this in the manga. Like, I'm calling it right now. In the manga, there's gonna be a moment where he pushes them too far, and one of them says no.
yeah, because looking back at the Karen versus Green battle, when you really look back at it, Alakazam was just there to take a beating. Like he put Alakazam in that fight just to take a beating, just to set the stage up for Rhydon and Arcanine.
Which was a great strategy, but a cold strategy.
It sounds like, and it's one of those things where it's kind of like, oh, when we play the games, you send out a Pokemon just to take the hit. But when you look at it from his point of view of like an actual trainer, like in that real world, that's cruel. You're sending out this Pokemon that you're supposed to love just to get beat up for your other two Pokemon to come out.
Yep.
Like,
No, I agree.
Very cool. And we can't lie, we've all done it before. We've all done it in a gym battle where like we would catch a fodder Pokemon or two and send it out so we can heal up our Ivysaur, Squirtle, or whatever. We've
Well,
all done
if
it
you
before at one point.
actually, if you notice, if you've ever noticed in all our matches, I never do that to Jerry.
What?
Whenever we have played, if you actually look closely, band, and this is my sentimentality, I refuse to let Jerry be used like that. I have the opportunity, like, I'm not saying that I haven't won through stalling techniques and blah blah blah. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that I have never used Jerry in the way you're describing. If you've actually go back, watch any of our battles, watch any of me versus artist, anybody. I do not use Jerry like that because to me, I know it's ones and zeros, and you know it's ones and zeros.
Right.
But there's something about it. I made him. He's mine.
And
I can't. No, I'm not
you
gonna abuse
mentioned
him
that?
like that.
I'm glad you mentioned that because yes, we know they're ones and zeros. And the thing that's really bad is that Green is treating them like they're ones and zeros, but they're not. They're actual living, breathing creatures. But he treats them like they're ones and zeros.
Exactly. Like in our world, they literally are ones and zeros. Even though you and I feel something for them, like artists feel something for them, and blah blah blah. Like I still remember the first time I ever cried over video games was when I let go of a red Chow. I'll never forget it. I let go of a red Chow in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle in when I was like an 8-year-old, 9-year-old, whatever. And I remember running up to my mom and dad crying that I let go of these ones and zeros in a GameCube game. You know, it mattered, right? But at the end of the day, as you said, but in this manga, they aren't ones and zeros. These are our cats, our dogs, our, you know what I mean? You have to treat them as such, and you have to assume them as much of a character as the trainer that, you know what I mean? So you're right. Like Green has lost his way.
Right.
And Red tried to bring him back to that way.
Well,
And so did Blue, and it didn't work.
It turned into a fist fight.
Yeah, I actually enjoyed that. I like the fact that Red said, "Fuck this," boom, and punched him in the face.
True,
And said, fuck Pokemon. Listen, you need a whop in the face. I'm glad he punched him in the face. He needed it.
I'm hoping that by the end of it, Green does get redeemed.
No. Green will 100% be redeemed. But it's going to be, he's going to break down and hug Espeon. That's a fact.
I'm hoping it ends in a way where, at the end of it, Red is champion. Blue and Green did what they could, but by the end of it, they all respect each other. It's kind of like what Blue wanted, how they were all. Blue's dream was basically for them to all to be very good friends again, but as you can see, it's kind of been a bit of a shaky road.
They need to see now, right now, as you know, Blue doesn't give a shit. Green needs to be saved. That's the goal right now.
Right.
It doesn't matter who wins. Green needs to be saved.
But the thing is, the way I view it is, if Green wins, I don't view him as someone being able to be saved.
No, I agree. Green needs to lose to be saved.
Right. He does need to lose.
But who do you think he's going to lose to? I don't think he's going to lose to actual Red.
Well, now that you mention, we have yet to see any of the Elite Four battle yet.
Yeah, we had Karen, who is, of course, the top.
Candidate. That's a candidate, so we can't really.
And
Well, we
to be
haven't
fair,
many of them.
I really loved the fact that they had all the like gym leaders and blah blah blah, but Karen is like the most Agatha's disciple and all that shit. I love that because Karen is the OG top four of the Elite Four after the originals, and I like the fact that they made it. As I've said before, Karen is like, if you're gonna do the Elite Four and you're gonna do Lorelai, Bruno, Lance, and Agatha, at least make Karen like number 5.
Right.
You know,
But
and she was a tough combatant. You know.
right. I do so. Red will be fighting Lorelai. Pardon me, is that her name? The ice one. I'm sorry, her name
Lorelai.
escaped me.
Yeah, Lorelai.
And so, for my prediction, I can already see Charizard coming out, our fire type.
Well, yeah, 100%. But I also see Charizard going down round 1.
True, that'll be a tough one. I
I
don't know what the team will be, but obviously I'm expecting Red to win. And then we'll have Green versus Blue. We're expecting Green to win. I get a bit shaken up, and then after that, we have to deal with the Elite Four as well. The other three, Bruno. I am actually kind of excited to see what Bruno will do.
actually feel like one of the Elite Four, it's going to be one of those Kengan things where it's like an upset match, and we're not going to see it. We're going to be like, what the hell? There's no name beating the Elite Four? What the fuck?
The only way I can see that happening, as crazy as it might sound, would be someone like Steven. Someone that is basically a future
No.
champion.
The no name that entered, the no name.
Oh, that
He's
Crobat?
Giovanni. He's Giovanni.
It's the Crobat. Did Giovanni have a Crobat?
Yeah.
I'm just.
He had it in Heart Gold, Soul Silver.
Oh well, maybe.
There you go. So the no name is actually Giovanni. That's what I like to believe. Because Giovanni, we both know, is one of the best Pokemon villains of all time.
True. And now that you do mention it, if he is Giovanni, that would be an amazing final rematch between Red and Giovanni.
Exactly. Let's say he beats. It's like in a startling upset, the no name beats Bruno. Ha 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 ha. And it's like, oh shit. And then it's like, who is this guy? And it's like Giovanni. Because I could believe that Giovanni could beat an Elite Four member. I can't believe that some no name could do it, but I could believe Giovanni could do it.
That's actually fair. If any gym leader had the capability, it would probably be Giovanni.
Exactly. He's literally the greatest. Like, listen, regardless of your opinions and blah, 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 and power rankings and yada, 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 Giovanni is probably the strongest gym leader, period, across every generation. He's probably the best gym leader.
Right.
You could argue, like, but would you really argue, like, think about it. Look at all the 8th gym leaders. Would you argue Claire? No. So, let's move on. Would you argue Wallace? Alright. Contender.
I think in Wallace's case, the only reason he's in the conversation is because of type advantage.
Exactly. So, type advantage only. And then, what was the 4th?
I'm trying to remember.
I don't even know.
Well, it was Volkner, actually.
Oh, Volkner. Oh, yeah. No. That 15-year-old punk is not beating Giovanni, so let's move on. Unova? Nah, fuck Unova as a whole. Because all the Elite Four couldn't stop the Team Rocket team of the generation, so fuck every gym leader in Nova. 6? Nah, that doesn't count. 76.
I don't remember the gym leader in number 6.
Exactly. See, this is
That
my point. Everybody remembers Giovanni.
7 didn't have gym leaders, and I don't remember 8. So
Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
So
so
my point
Giovanni
is
actually is the king.
exactly Giovanni would be the only one, would be the only 8th gym leader, which deserved to be in this. And you know how they don't have Cynthia in this shit? You notice that?
Right.
I'm curious about that because I feel like that's a little bit of okay, we don't want to have Cynthia in that because we don't want to have her lose.
Well, the thing is, the thing about that Griever is that let me tell you this: Cynthia would lose, and I can tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
Because from what I understand, it's kind of like looking at the time frame of it. Because I look at Volkner as my example because it has been stated that in this time frame of this Indigo League, he
Mm-hmm.
just recently became a gym leader, like a month
Okay.
ago.
Mm-hmm.
But in the games, he has been a gym leader for so long that he's tired and sick of it. He doesn't even care for battling anymore.
So your argument is that Cynthia isn't even a champion yet.
Yeah, Cynthia isn't even a champion. My argument will be she's probably just a regular trainer at that point that probably doesn't even have a full guard chop or anything. She's just a regular trainer. She would get demolished if she actually showed up.
Yeah,
Like, look at
but
Steven.
so we're clear.
Yeah, and to even clarify it a bit more, if you paid attention to Steven, he didn't have a Metagross. He had a Metang. So that
That's
tells me
true.
that the time frame is way back.
All right,
You
but
know?
you know what? To be fair to you, and to be fair to all Gen 3, 4, and 5 fans, I'll give it to you.
Like, yeah, the time frame is just. I don't even believe she wouldn't have even been
Like,
champion at that time. So she's
but
not even in the conversation.
right now, can we not argue? Can we at least maintain that right now in this manga and this timeline, the best of the best are in the tournament?
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Okay. As long as we're. Because I don't want to hear a bunch of fucking Cynthia fans coming in saying they would curb stomp Lance. I don't want to hear it.
Not in this time frame. And
Yeah,
even then,
exactly.
it's a tough fight. But
Yeah. Because
so
currently, when if you were to think about it in all honesty, if you were to think about it, if you were to use red, like red in gold and silver, or heart gold, soul silver, right? Versus Cynthia, they have done this battle simulation on YouTube, and red wins 70% of the time.
there you
So
go.
I just don't understand why people still are trying to hype up Cynthia.
People just people just like her. And actually, you know what it is? The
Wait,
reason people like her,
Ben, do you love Cynthia? Like, is that
uh,
your
not really.
okay?
Me personally, there's never really been a champion that I've just been like, whoa, super excited for. I just kind of like, oh, I mean, she's. The thing is, from what I understand, the reason some people really like think she's so big and bad is because they played Diamond and Pearl. And from what I understand, those games were lacking when it came to Pokemon. So when you did end up fighting her, the Pokemon you had weren't the best to fight her. Because when I played Platinum. That was the first game of Gen 4 that I played. And when I fought Cynthia, yeah,
Same.
it was tough, but I beat her, and I didn't really understand the whole, oh, I'm scared, like ooh, Garchomp. No, I beat her, and took me a couple of tries, but it was no different from like fighting Steven or anyone else.
Or Lance, or yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
like that's how it is for most people. You fight it like when you fight a champion for the first time, you will lose first few times, and after you understand what their team is, you'll win.
My first fight was against a Jolteon that wouldn't stop using Pin Missile. It was annoying, but I fucking won. I don't have a hard on for a Jolteon. You know what I mean?
There you go. Like one of those things where, like I don't see the hype. I don't see it because there are other trainers that are just as powerful, or even stronger than him.
Yeah. Like they
Like I'm
say that
sure
the
Steam.
AI is the highest when it comes to
Yeah,
Cynthia or
might have been
whatever.
AI. It might have been an AI thing.
Yeah, and I'm just like, well, if you're all level 100, what the fuck does that matter?
Right.
So, and red is actually an honest challenge because without cheats, you need to grind, and they made that abundantly clear. And I'm not saying it's a good strategy, but at the end of the day, you need to grind the shit out of your Pokemon with lower level Pokemon to be
God.
able to get up to that fucking Mount Silver and fucking fight this motherfucker.
Yeah, you talking about it, it reminds me of the first time. I remember I was thinking I was hot because I started off by playing Hard Gold and Soul Silver. Soul
Mm.
Silver to be exact. I thought I was pretty hot shit. I was climbing up Mount Silver. Keep in mind I had no idea that red was up there. And so I get to the top and I'm like, yo, who's this trainer? Like I do it, I click it, dot dot dot, the music plays and I see the sprite and I'm like, oh, wait a minute. And I'm kind of like clicking it. I'm kind of clicking it. But me being a dumb kid, I disregard the name Red and I call him Ash. I was like, what, 10, 11? So,
Yeah, yeah. So
you-
you would assume Ash.
yeah. And I see the Pikachu level 81, and I already knew I'm getting my shit pushed in.
Yeah, you're like, fuck.
And I'm pretty sure that was the case for most people. Who expected to climb Mount Silver and see red? That was honestly
To
that might have been
see
one of the
Ash catch him at the top.
like that's probably one of the coolest like video game things ever. Like your past character, you get to like think about it. You play the original red and blue game,
Yeah.
and then you go to gold and silver, and you get to fight your past character. That's so cool.
Yes, it is. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I hate. This is why I love this manga, and I hate the disrespect on Gen 1, Ben. Now you understand it. You know what I'm saying? Because this man was the OG. And when I played the original Silver and I finally got there, I got my ass handed to me. And I was like,
I'm so positive that there's not a single person on this planet that fought Red the first try and won
yeah,
without knowing.
nobody beat Red the first time. That like anybody who says so is a fucking liar.
Because let's
Because
be honest, when we were climbing Mount Silver, I had level 40s and 50s in my party.
exactly, and then you walk up there, and then you see Red, and then you're like, oh my fucking god, and then you get it. You, as a 9-year-old, you understood. You went, yeah, I get it. Like nobody was gonna tell you that you were gonna beat Red that day. Nobody. And then Red destroyed you, as he should, by the way, because he's the first and only Pokemon Master in history, Himinoke, and that's it. Like, what more are we supposed to do? Like, yeah, they say that Gold beat Red. Fuck that. No, he didn't. Yeah, how many times did you lose to this motherfucker on a mountaintop before you actually went up there with level 100s? You know, how many times did you lose
People
until
will
you beat this
ignore
motherfucker?
people ignore the 75 losses and just focus on that one win.
Yeah. I'm 75 and 1. Oh, I beat Red. No, you didn't.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. That's why I love. That's why I'm hoping that this manga is going to prove, because they're still showing Gold as such a prick, but they're also going to show, like, I'm hoping this is going to be one of those fucking like those Bleach OGs or something like that. It's like, yeah, you can say that Gold won, but Red let him win, sort of deals. You know, like some Yu-Gi-Oh shit. Like, yeah, Yami let Joey win. You know, just to let him have the W, and then he pieced.
Right.
You know, I'm hoping for one of those because I don't want actually Gold to beat Red because that would be stupid.
Right.
Because the greatest trainer of all time was probably Oak. But if you're not gonna give it to Oak, then you gotta give it to Red. Would you argue that?
No, I understand that. Like at the end of the day, you can't disregard that Oak was the first champion.
Exactly. And in this manga, they even say it. Oak Agatha. That was the ranking. So
Now,
until Red beats Agatha, Oak's number one.
right.
And Agatha's number two. I mean, and it's really nice. My headcanon actually had that the Kangaskhan who learned Scrappy during Oak's tenure. And because Scrappy allows Kangaskhan to hit Gengar.
Right.
So Kangaskhan was actually able to use fighting type moves up against the Gengar. And fight ghost type Pokemon. And as we know, Oak used normal types like Tauros and Kangaskhan, so...
Right. Oh, he did have a Gyarados, if I'm correct.
Well, in the manga, yeah, he used the Gyarados. But that was because of the game mechanics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because if you actually cheat code it, you can fight Oak.
Oh, really? Wait, he has an actual team in the game?
Yeah, he does.
'Cause I do remember seeing videos like that on YouTube, but I just assumed they were ROM hacks. I didn't know that it's actual code in the game.
Yeah, no. It's coded in the game. You can't access it in the Game Boy Color game, but if you do the ROM hacks, you can access the files. And basically what it is, it's not that crazy. All it is you fight Oak with a level 65 version of the Rivals team, except he has a Tauros instead of the starter.
Oh.
He has a Tauros, a Kangaskhan, Gyarados, Arcanine, Executor, Alakazam, and a Pidgeotto.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can fight it once you run into Route 1. So, it's a pretty good team, but at the same time, it's like, alright, cool. So, once again, we already knew that Oak fought with normal types.
Yeah.
So, he's got Tauros, Kangaskhan, Kangaskhan, whatever.
Also, I wish I could keep talking a bit more, but it has gotten very late for me. I actually feel like I'm about to pass out now that it's kind of kicking in.
Alright, band. Well, it was very nice to talk to you again, my man. And we can talk again later, I'm sure.
True. I had a lot of fun in the stream. I'm very glad that you enjoyed all 15 chapters, basically all 15 chapters, 14.1, 14.2. I'll just call it chapter. It was 15 chapters at the end of the day. And I'm glad you enjoyed this recommendation as much as I did.
Okay. Well, we'll see you next time, my man.
Yep, I will see you later, Griever.
Alright. Bye. Well, I think that's the end of the stream. There's really no reason to do anything else. I don't think. Let me check with my wife. Well, alright. Okay, so... Huh. Oh, I will, end the stream, I guess. It's been almost 6 hours, and, fine time to end the stream, so... Have a good one, everybody. Like, comment, and subscribe. See you back here next time. Bye.